Alright, folks. Welcome back, everyone. 皆さん、おかえりなさい。今日は112日目です。Alright, folks. Welcome. It's day 109. We finished after midnight, so this kind of split in half, but we're still doing our 3 and 20. Don't have too much time to expect. Chinese friend is now away until Friday, but sent you a fair chunk of CN content with voice clips to read. Interesting, and you're having issues now with differentiating 2 and 4. 2 and 4? That's interesting. Well, good luck, good luck. Alright. What in the world? Is that the ka off of the verb? Or is that... No, it's not. It's kamo. Okay. Kamo shirenai. Oh, kamo shirenai. I see. And then shiremasen. Kamo shiran. Interesting. Alright, so... What is that? Might, maybe, probably. Is that weaker? Kamo shiranai is an expression in Japanese that's often treated as a single word, but it is actually the combination of the particle kamo. Yeah. So, like an unknown marker, and in a negative way. So, unknown, negative, and shiranai is not know, which is... makes sense. In the potential form, yeah. Shiranai of shiru. So. Let's see. Kamo shiranai is regularly translated simply as might or maybe, but the literal translation is much closer to even A, we cannot know. Yeah, even A, we cannot know. Yep. This is the expression that I typically use in English, which is despite or regardless, there is a possibility you don't know. That's kind of the thing. What's the difference? If it were the same text but different tone. 2 and 4. So ah. Bro. What? Like, what do you want? What? What? Huh? Yes. That's 2, 2, 4, 2, 4 in that order. Right? How do I mix those up? Yeah, 2 and 4 should be really pretty quick. You're constantly asking yourself question. So 2 is the question tone, and 4 is the affirmative. These should be the most. These two should be the most common in English. You do. If I had to take a guess, like if you had single words, that's why I picked bro, what, right, and yes. These two are the most common tones. So if you're questioning something, you're gonna use an uptone. That's 2. If you're certain about something, you're going to stress it, especially when it's a single word. You're going to end up stressing it, and that is a 4. it's usually 1 and 3 that are kind of not as used much. 1 is the monotone sound. You can view it in English as the monotone sound. So when I start sounding like this when I'm talking, it's monotone. And then 3 is always when you're out of breath. If you're constantly out of breath or you're just sighing, 3 is the sighing tone. So in English, whenever you're trying to sigh or relax A1, like mix, that's 3. Like, how do I mix those up? It's basically what you sound like in the morning. That's 3. And then monotone is when you're reading off a script and you have no idea when to stop, because actually the combination of the particles and the potential form of the things are the same, because you have no idea how to breathe or talk because you haven't ever done any public speaking. That's 1. And 5, depending on your relative pitch. You think 3 is the most okay so far? 1 and 5 is so-so? Yeah, because it's you know, the true difference is chest and head. And then when you're reading in a sentence, 5s are shorter. 5s tend to be shorter. It's not that too dramatic. You simply so you still hold the same contractions in your like voice and listening. It's often that it gets cut. That's probably what you're hearing sometimes when someone speaks slower and they speak faster. You're probably hearing some of the shortening. And I think it's probably going to be the 1 and the 5. And 3. But 3 in front of something gets shorter and longer varyingly. So you don't necessarily have to worry about mora is, you know, like the whole Japanese thing where everything is of equal length. Oftentimes accents and preferences, because of prosodic things in Chinese, some people might slow down and speed up, and then when they slow down and speed up and talk, some of the sounds might come in a little bit better or slightly different. It doesn't affect it doesn't necessarily affect the word. So as long as your pronunciation, your initial and final are kind of like relative to each other, it's more melodic. So I think a lot of times when you think of, like you mentioned yesterday about speeding up and slowing down, you have to feel it. What's prosodic? Prosodic is when you read a sentence, when you put things together, sometimes things can be stressed slightly different or shortened slightly different. Like there's feeling to putting things together. So sometimes whenever like someone speaks for a very long time, you might not be able to notice them. Like for myself, the difference every time you're presented, when you're listening to different people speak, my prosodic stress across my speech pattern is what identifies me as something you're feeling. You're vibing the prosodic stress. When I pause or accent specific words a little bit longer, you can still know what I'm talking about. However, technically, some of the words are getting longer and shorter. And in Chinese, that is also flexible. So in Japanese, it is not as flexible in places. So they have very sharp and regular places that are a little bit more easier to tell when they're going to accent and stuff too, like have prosodic stress in their sentences. But in Chinese, I think it happens regularly. In my opinion, it happens regularly. So if you're really listening to how long things are held, and then there's like slowing down and increasing, eventually it's kind of like singing. When you sing, sometimes, occasionally, when you say it slower, it sounds a little bit different than when you say it faster. However, much like English, in my opinion, you'll still know what they're saying over time, despite occasionally it would sound different when it's going faster or slower. I can't really illustrate it though, on command. Someone would have to pick it out from my speech pattern. So like, I'm trying to think of a Chinese example. If I have one that I would say differently, fast and slow, occasionally. 不是不是，你为什么like I'm sure maybe like 为什么 possibly. Wait, it slow down. Wait. No, I don't know. I can't think of like I'm not like aware enough to do so. It's also dealing with the idea that I've heard these so many times, so I don't really notice them. That's kind of one of the native speaker issue, where if you have phrases that you say a lot, you can affect how it sounds, but you're not really aware that you're changing the sound a little bit. How should you practice? You can always try to repeat clips, but would I know it's okay and be able to remember everything? That's the nature of language. How should you practice? I mean, for what precisely? The tones? The tones are mechanical. Listening means that you listen to a bunch of people and you sync it up with something that you know, so that will take some time. However, if you're always interacting with your particular friend, then you would listen to your particular friend as the model, right? And then you would adjust from your friend. So you need foundation on what you're hearing. The idea is you would stick to one source, create a foundation, and then compare it to other things. So right now you have no foundations, right? No foundations for the tones. So ideally you want to start with a foundation. And in my opinion, this might be a contentious point, but I would find a fixed sound source, which is what you're doing right now, and then compare when you know you can reproduce this in your head consistently, then start comparing it to others. Without a foundation, you have really nothing to compare it to, so then everything will feel like everything is different. So I would try to pick whatever source of tone you have one speaker. This is why I have a particular issue with the current trend. The current trend right now is to find lots of speakers, and that somehow speeds up your understanding, right? Like for example, Bunpro has multiple speakers, Duolingo has multiple synthetic voices. I think that's coming from the idea that these products benefit when there are multiple speakers. I think, in my opinion, if you're learning foundations, you start with one sound, like one source of sound, which Wanikani does really well. Wanikani consistently keeps one person, like one male, and largely like 99% one female. And you need to hear their voices in all the context well enough, so then when you go listen to someone else and then another person, then you start comparing it to something that is consistent. Then you can adjust to it, in my opinion. So if you have one clip, and it comes from like one source, that would be a great place to develop foundation. This doesn't take too long. It's not too long, because you'll feel the tones, and we're talking specifically about tones, the 1, 2, 3, 4. So when you hear one person, just one person speak, and you hear how they make the tone, then you're already reading pinyin. So when you're reading pinyin, the tone, to create the tone, is the same. Like your mechanical movement for the tone is the same across all of them. That's why it's easy to go like ping, ya, yang, chang. So your contraction of your vocals for tones are nearly the same. And you're specifically holding your vocals across the thing you're going to read. So if you're talking about practicing tones, you can hear one person and then give all the clips, right? All the clips. If this is supposed to be tone 1, put all the tone 1 examples together and listen to this person say various syllables. It doesn't matter what the initial or finals are. Listen to it and see if you can produce your standard, detailed, with the auxiliary verb, pitch, right? So you can read anything with tones without knowing Chinese. So like I can read this. Is an expression in Japanese that is often treated as a single word but is actually the combination of the particle. That's all ones. And then 5s are, is an expression in Japanese that is often treated as a single word but is actually the combination of the particle. Right? It's my chest voice, my head voice. And then you can, 2 would be, is in expression expression in Japanese that is often treated as a single word. A word is just one, so that's fine. But is actually the combination. So you can do it across anything. So tones are separate. You're changing the pitch, but the word you're reading is something else. So you can train yourself to hear the tones without understanding what like the pronunciation is. So, and then obviously to illustrate 3, express in Japanese that is often treated as a single word. So you can do that and practice your speaking if you want. You can do your tones for fun. And then 4 is in expression in Japanese that is often treated as a single word, but is actually the combination of. That's all 4s. So if you're talking about mistaking tones, you can take one person and have them say a word, like you hear the word, right? And you compare all of their 1s. You compare all their 2s, 3s, and 4s. And at some point, then you go listen to someone else, and you'll still be able to hear the tones. In my opinion, you will likely hear the tones regardless of what language you're speaking. So, like, for example, expression. So, expression. This is how I'm saying it. Expression. Expression? No. Probably expression. Expression. Usually, you're doing this at the end. So, when you're downtoning, it will sound like a 3. When you end a sentence naturally, it's gonna fall off a bit. Or sometimes if the accent is at the end, it'll feel like this. So you can start like even thinking about how you say things in English and express them in tones if you want. I don't necessarily think tones are unique to Chinese. The reason why tones are not emphasized in English, in my opinion, is because they are regular. Like you don't have to think about homonym. It's not like a functional thing. So that's probably what I have to say about that. There's gonna be a time when you're gonna be so comfortable with tones that you can probably adapt them to other languages. Like technically, whenever Japanese has to up pitch, it's close to 2. And when they have to down pitch, it's close to 4. So it's just a 2-4 system. Like, this is a little reductive. There's a lot of little fuzzy logic in between. So, like, for example, this, I don't know what the pitch accent is right now, but I'm thinking of it as kamo shirenai. Kamo shirenai. And you might be thinking, why am I writing it this way? Because if I do 4, 4, 2, 4, I get kamo shirenai. Kamo shirenai. That would be the Mandarin. Kamo shirenai. But in Japanese, because they have mora, it'll sound it'll sound like very defined. So kamo shirenai. You could hear that in Mandarin there's slightly sliding around, which deals with that whole shortening and like speeding up and slowing down thing. So kamo shirenai versus kamo shirenai. At least that's my opinion. There's sliding in Chinese and there's less sliding in English. I don't know how to describe it other than that. And if I were to describe it in like linguistics terms, neither of us would know what we're talking about because neither of us are linguists. So I'll just use my relative words. Hopefully that like feel like you can feel that out yourself. All right. I've often played with the idea of what does a Chinese accent sound like when they're speaking Japanese. Like, so I try to apply like what my tendencies for Chinese and see if I can read a Japanese word like I would read Chinese. That's what I did just now, and I think it's really fun to try to see if you can adjust to it. Like like for this, 来年 来年 no 来年からから観光客が増えるかもしれない。That's kind of like my interpretation of how it would slightly change if I was speaking Chinese, reading it. Obviously, this is 来年, right? 来年から観光客が増えるかもしれない, right? Or something like that. Obviously, I'm still working on Japanese. Anyways, I think a lot of times Mandarin. Can you ask you for tone feedback at some point? Sure. Fair enough. Like legitimately, if you read English is flexible enough. I mean, we're both English speakers, right? So if what you can do, I know this might be inappropriate for other people, but if you understand your target language enough, I usually think that English has adjusted pretty well to like people's accents that you can actually kind of mirror the pronunciation keys for other languages into English. So oftentimes I use English as a basis to kind of mess around with what if I was a native Chinese person? Can I mirror how they would say things in English? And that's kind of the fun part, the experiment that I have. That's why I didn't pick Chinese words. I picked English words to demonstrate the tones. Like ah. Sometimes you think about that too. Yeah, so ah and ah, right? Those there are, I tend to try to look for as many examples in English in order to help the transition. All right, good night, Mika. Good luck with everything. I'm glad to hear that you're excited making a new friend while participating in a language exchange. I'd love to hear more about it as we go. All right. So anyways, we're back here to use かもしれない attach it to the end of any verb but not stem. Oh, interesting. No stem. Oh, because かも, yeah, かも is a particle. Right. And then non-adjective, it should attach perfectly, right? Yeah, because those are particles. In their non-polite keigo forms. Yeah, okay.
来年から観光客が増えるかもしれない。
Oh. 増えるかもしれない。Okay. 来年からoh, right. 観光客。
来年から観光客が増えるかもしれない。
観光客が増えるかもしれない。You've reached 40 plus hours of VC time the last few days. It's progressed quite far. Fair enough.
あの建物は教会かもしれない。 今日は無理かもしれない。
無理かもしれない。
そこの池は深いかもしれないから気をつけてね。
よ。Oh, I just realized this is that's for つける。気をつける。気をつけてね。As the yeah, shiru is part of this construction, it may also be altered to the polite potential form. Okay. Yep. Masen. Due to かもしれない being such a common grammar pattern in daily speech for expressing, of course, gets truncated or emphasized. Expressing uncertainty about various things. Several colloquial forms also exist. Yeah, these are かも adequate, and then かもしらん, yeah, the on to end things abruptly, and then the かもしれん, yeah, fair enough. I kind of like the かもしれん, but かも sound, that's expected. Truncated down to the particle.
明日は休みだからドライブするかも。財布を家に忘れてきたかもしらん。
And then
明日は夜遅くまで仕事があるから行かないかもしれん。
Kamo is is by far the most common of these colloquial forms. I'm not surprised. But with kamo shiran actually potentially sounding a little bit rough and boyish. Yeah, the ran definitely has got that feeling. Got that daro feeling. It's kind of interesting that it didn't end up being like kamon, just like ning, and then ning's shorter and shorter, just kamon. But kamon makes sense because it's the particle. It's it. Yep, there's daro. So how does this compare? The degree, yeah, I was thinking which one. So I'm guessing this is less than daro. Yep. Okay. Fair enough. Alright. Mitai ni. We had mitai for such as, right? Like oh no wait. Not such as. Like, oh yeah, such as, like, similar to, or like. And then we had another one which is not listed here, but fine. So mitai ni, now this is probably in front. So what is it in front? As learned in our previous lesson about mitai, it is a non-adjective. This means that it can be used in conjunction with nouns or with verbs. Yeah. In each of these cases, it will carry the meaning of like a or resembling a. The difference between mitai describing a verb or noun can be identified by whether it is followed by na, describes a noun, or ni describes a verb. Okay, let's take a look. Wait. Now I'm not sure what the original mitai is. The mitai in all these patterns seems like right. The difference lies in how it's connected to other words. Example includes. Okay, so aru mitai or mitai da. Aru mitai na denki spring like. Oh, okay. So this feels like a natural extension of it. Okay. Interesting.
プロみたいに泳ぎたい。
That's a verb. Following. Yeah. Okay. And then the verb just operates on its own.
先生みたいになりたい。
Okay.
先生みたいな人になりたい。
But then now it's a noun. Okay. I'm having trouble because I'm reading it backwards. It's the thing that it is like before in the thing. Okay. Yeah.
関西みたいなところに住みたい。
Right. Like it's not a Kansai, you know, the Kansai region like place. It's a place like the Kansai region is how they're phrasing it here. Although I was asking myself whether if I said a Kansai, I want to live in a Kansai-like place, that still checks out in English by like this expression. This difference is important to know as B, the thing that mitai is describing, does not always come directly after mitai. Okay.
彼はイルカみたいに泳ぎたいと言っている。
Wait, they said the difference is important to know that as B, the thing that mitai is describing, does not always come directly after mitai. Oh, this bottom one is an example.
彼はイルカみたいに早く泳ぎたいと言っている。
Yeah, because you can have things in between. Yeah, fair enough. In the second sentence, we can see that oyogu, the verb that ni is linked to, does not actually come until later. And this is quite a regular occurrence, especially in longer passages. I mean, yeah, because you can modify any of the things or the nature of the verb or the nature of the noun. You could even probably add an entire phrase describing the nature of something in which it is like something else. Yeah, any form of like a conditional phrase could fit in front of the thing it's linked to. It's fair enough. In fact, it's one of the most, in my opinion, one of the most common English patterns for those who have particularly more flexible and complex sentence construction or speaking patterns. And I usually avoid using that type of conditional sentence pattern in English while speaking because it may be a little difficult to follow. However, in writing, it's very common, quite common. To have like two relational words be interjected or spread out between a bunch of conditional phrases, modifying the two things that are being in relation with each other. Actually, lots of examinations, especially the stuff that I've been seeing from someone's SAT practice, does that intentionally to make it complicated. Despite mitai meaning to resemble, and the reason why we were reviewing those questions is because when people are typing, like online, they don't use that construction. But in writing, in like books and stuff, and like formal writing and whatnot, they tend to have those things. And obviously, it was SAT is a standardized school exam for writing, not your texting stuff, which I found to be one of the big gaps now. Whenever I go over or read people's test questions and whatnot, their confusion comes from the idea that they don't write very often anymore. Like younger people growing up, their major form of English usage is to read things online, but not read like articles and news articles and stuff. And professional writing, they read chat, comments, and they like converse in text. So the most common type of constructions are actually not this, which is interesting. I actually am very curious if the Bunpro developers have considered the idea that when they're writing their sentences and stuff, when they're describing this stuff, have they considered the idea that there might be an English competency considerations? Because I really like the way, like, to me, I really like the way they write these things. But when you're reading Wanikani stuff, it's not quite the same. Wanikani stuff, I feel, is closer and more friendlier to NetSpeak. I find that the way the Bunpro team decided to write is quite a bit more technical. And when it's writing a little technical, it can, I wonder if some of this can make it very tough for a newer generation of people to read their stuff. I mean, to me, it's a win-win, because if they're, right, so for example, as learned in our previous lessons about mitai, right, it is a non-adjective. Like we said last time, it is a non-adjective, right? Or this means that it can be used in conjunction with nouns or with verbs. Like, there wouldn't be punctuation, like it's properly punctuated, and like all of this formal stuff, in my opinion, sure, someone can read it. And I've had an opportunity to test this before, where I asked someone, hey, if you read this, what do you think it's saying in your own words? And oftentimes when they're reading, most of the stuff they're reading, they don't process the punctuations and like an independent clause and a dependent clause. So oftentimes I'm actually relatively concerned whether when they're reading something like this, they're actually reading the relationship between the clauses, much like this, where you're learning Japanese, right? And you're learning how this phrase has a dependency on the thing that follows after. Well, this type of writing with a lot of punctuations and stuff is not it's not the common way. Like 80% of people now, like younger people, reading English. So I'm genuinely curious, is using Bunpro fatiguing or not? Like, reading this stuff is fatiguing, or, which is my common belief, they simply tell themselves they understand what it is and continue going on without actually comprehending what the English says. So like, there's a double, in my opinion, there's a stacked problem, or a potential stacked problem with like textbooks, right? With textbooks or formal language reading. I think English has degraded to a point where you have people who like to educate themselves, and then they want to educate others and help others learn something. The thing is, there's a chance that I'm not saying they should change it. I actually like the idea that if you want to learn a target language, you are also encouraged to read the competency of the English language or equivalent or higher in order to read the target language. Because in my opinion, if your command of your existing language is not sufficient to acquire a new language, I think you can win twice, possibly, but it can be overly exhausting. I've asked this question about myself before, when people say, when like high school kids say, oh, I don't like reading textbook, like the textbook sucks. And I had this question a lot. They're like, oh, I hate the textbook. Like, online YouTube videos, right? YouTube videos are great. And I often wonder, all right, can I see one of those YouTube videos? And sometimes you can get a literal YouTube video describing a textbook. So this person would like summarize or even reword and represent the textbook. And if you compare the English used here compared to the English used in the textbook is textbook English. It's what you would call formal English. At least that's what the kids would think, in my opinion. Formal English or professionally written English. While YouTube videos are like down to earth, would be considered more down to earth and colloquial. And I'm not saying this is a bad or good thing, but being able to do both means that you can compare the textbook with YouTube sources. So this would mean that you would have two skills, not one. And I'm going to relate this back to Japanese. Whenever someone says, oh, polite speech is lesser than colloquial speech, or like textbook is lesser than natural, or however you want to quantify it, this is the same case for English. And to me, I mean, in the word of the Gen Z, I suppose this is a skill issue. And it becomes a skill issue when you have to do something. It's not a skill issue when you don't have to do it. So when you're in school and your professor, right, says, oh, we're going to be using this textbook as the reference. And the student would be like, man, dude, this textbook sucks. I don't really know what it's saying. It's so confusing. Like, I think I know what it's saying, but it doesn't make sense. And lately, I've been asking people, like, so why doesn't the textbook make sense? I read the prose and I'm like, it's incredibly explicit. It's almost overly explicit, nearly redundant and pedantic. And the person's like, well, I understand it. It just says this stuff, but it doesn't make sense. And I'm like, what do you think it says? So we would read through the sentences, right? And like, what do you think the sentence says? And when they were describing what the sentence says in their own words, it's not what the textbook said. So I don't know how pervasive that is, that English has degraded. So like, degraded is a negative sense. English has changed like so distinctively that when you're thinking about the difficulties of understanding something, it ended up being like, in my opinion, it might be attributed to English being different. And that's why textbooks and books, for example, like reading novels and it, I'm not saying this is a new thing, because one of the things that make novels less engaging for like myself personally was because I had an English comprehension problem. Like, it wasn't necessarily because the author wasn't painting a beautiful mosaic of complicated and transformative imagery in their texts. Is the idea that it was not engaging because it was incredibly exhausting to figure out what is it that it is saying. And that to me has been exacerbated by the internet. So nowadays, whenever someone, I get this complaint so often, they're like, yeah, the textbook sucks. It never helps me do anything. And I'm like, can you give me an example of a part that the textbook doesn't help the person? And they would point out a textbook section, and I'm like, what do you think it says in English? Like the literal English. What do you think the literal English says that is trying to explain to you? And when they described it, they didn't comprehend the English. Like there was comprehension problems with the English. The English, like reading this, there was a problem with understanding what the English was saying, not whether they understood the concept, whatever it was trying to explain. So for me, when I'm reading this, I often think about it that way. I'm like, huh, that's an interesting way to say it. And or like whenever they say a point, I'm like, yeah, I can agree with that. That is certainly a different way to word it, right? Because you do need a comprehension of the language that you're reading from. So my concern now oftentimes is that whenever you have things like this, they're super useful to me, but my first thought is they might actually end up being a source of problem and exhaustion for others. In fact, I might actually be in the minority. So I'm curious if the Bunpro developers have had like a decision to make where like, you think this is too wordy? Do you think like our target audience would be able to comprehend what we're saying when we're phrasing it this way? Because in my opinion, the way it's written is fantastic. However, one big problem, I think the way they're phrasing it is fantastic, but it's kind of slightly above high school level English, which in my opinion, not everyone is used to anymore. In fact, I think whenever you go slightly above high school English is when the effectiveness or maybe the efficacy of the message they're trying to communicate gets weakened. And especially when you're learning another language. So you're already explaining a nuance that maybe it's very difficult to convey in English, but at the same time, you're also potentially using a form or construction of English that is difficult for students to process. And I'm not even sure how one would get, like, I'm not saying you should avoid this. I actually think it's a really awesome opportunity to improve your English. And I already said this before, learning Japanese and learning Chinese and how different people explain things in English has taught me or has given me opportunities to challenge my English competence. And there are still gaps despite being fairly proficient in English. I would say if I had to modestly admit, my English is probably collegiate or higher. And at the same time, I still fall into gaps of logic when I'm reading these statements. And I'm not even here to evaluate whether the English is grammatically correct. I don't go here and say, oh, that's very wordy, or this is a little bit too parsed. Perhaps you want to rearrange the coupling and the relationship in this particular statement. Like, I'm not doing that, right? I'm reading it for comprehension. And yet at the same time, my concern is, dang, some of these sentences are quite technical. And my first thought is, what are the chances that the reason people find language learning potentially laborious and exhausting is twofold. The idea that they underestimate how their lack of competence in their native language, which the common language is often English, so I can consistently make a comment on English comprehension. I think overall English comprehension is lower online than it is, and I mean comprehension in the sense of its diversity, not is aptitude, like its merits. It's certainly very efficient. Whatever the English that people are using classically online is incredibly efficient. It's certainly not diverse. So then the moment, like, legitimately one of the stopping blocks to reading like a novel or a newspaper article or a journal is legitimately, in my opinion, attributed to the disproportionate exposure to a specific type of English. Professional written English, like writing English, represents like 5, if not less, % of the average person online's exposure to English. So reading a newspaper article is inherently already exhausting. Written by a professional, obviously, like a person who wants to write professional English or journalistic English, or however you want to characterize it. And at the same time, do you want, like, my first thought is like, would it be appropriate that journals and people start adopting like colloquial English for writing? I don't know how I feel about that. I think that's very divisive. I prefer, like, for me, the wealth of diversity and more skills is often a win-win in my book. So having different levels and different types of English in various places represented as a competitive alternative would allow one to explore the complexities of their intellectual curiosity, while at the same time it trades off in becoming a barrier to, like the person I spoke to yesterday, like Aruna, and the idea is, if you're task-based, typically you want to be efficient, so you want everything to adhere to your skills. That can become a barrier because that also means that any source that wants the target audience's attention, they would have to change up their lexicon and their diction and whatnot to cater to it. And that's what I mean by English is degrading. Like, degrading in the sense that maybe it's becoming reductive, because in order to target the majority generation now, the generation you want to sell stuff to, you know, the generation that has time to read your articles and make you money and whatnot, that generation speaks a much narrow English. It no longer, in my opinion, has the complexity of professional writing, scientific journal literacy. So the whole idea is that you could argue, and this is a disappointing fact in my life when I'm looking at the future generation, is that there are still going to be people who publish scientific research or things like newspaper articles, professional dossiers, and like exposés, and, you know, I can't read law, right? Like, for example, I have deficiencies. I can't read the fine print of business contracts or terms of service, and that stuff is even beyond me, right? It's beyond me because I have no practice in it. However, when you come to the standard quality of life stuff, I don't think the next generation is even equipped to research things anymore. Like, legitimately, if I give them a scientific article, right, they say they understand data really well, and they know how to compare and contrast to like perform analyses. But if you give them a piece of the actual writing, like the actual data, the group that wrote the data using professional, concise, explicit, pedantic paper, they would be unable to understand what is written in it. Not even accounting for the jargon or the technicalities of the English, but even the composition of the English itself creates a barrier to understanding it. So like perhaps even if someone wrote like a TED talk appropriate vocabulary, like reduce the vocabulary, the composition of the writing is not only uninteresting, it's uninteresting and exhausting, and oftentimes gives the person a false sense of security. Like, the idea is there are things where someone would say, oh yeah, Bunpro is great, it uses like common word vocabulary, and I'm like, I understand it does. Tell me, explain to me what this paragraph means. And the thing that falls short is the relationship between the words. So it's, in my opinion, it's very similar to learning a bunch of Japanese vocabulary and then not knowing the relationship between the vocabulary in the sentence. So I was recently told it came to my realization that apparently in certain countries, after doing a little digging, in various countries, English, the common language that is being used for international things, it's even earlier than high school when the study of English and the practice of English and writing of English actually stops. So in other countries, like I was comparing it to the United States because there's always this common notion in the United States that, or from a foreigner perspective on the United States, that the English comprehension of the United States is due to the lack of education, right? The lack of education in the English language. But actually the English language continues to go throughout high school. Now it's come to my attention that there are several countries where that type of English education actually ends even earlier than high school. Not because they didn't learn the same material, is because they think or assume that their students, you rush through that English and you cover the same material in a short amount of time, that somehow that creates proficiency in English. I actually think that creates degradation in English. So even the hustle culture of the common language in English is altered or like just not incentivized or practiced after the fact. And it's commonly accepted, in my opinion, that those particular countries, like I did a little bit of digging, several countries that are stereotypically believe that they criticize other countries despite the country that they come from has shorter and faster periods of English practice. So it's not correlating to the amount of education involved in English. That source of impact on English degradation is coming from somewhere else, which hate to be maybe like a slightly foreboding bearer of bad news, but it might be strongly associated with the overrepresentation of a particular medium that uses English. Social media, live streams, commentary. The idea is professional commentary and like longer, more complex sentence structures and expressions, and may be actually the barrier to finding enjoyment in complex discussions, or like And I mean by complex expressions, I'm talking about the construction of English, not how fancy your vocabulary is. And then the rarity that professional writing, articles, books, and stuff has become the thing of the past because it's not represented in any way that incentivizes that behavior. So oftentimes, whenever we're thinking about scholastic pursuits like language learning, for example, those who are successful at acquiring another language or do language studies, it often boils down to go and read books and novels and articles and whatnot, because exposure to the complexity of any language, in this case I'm talking about English, is it has to be done to create a foundational habit that allows you to expand English. That's true for your target language, but the thing is, that's where it sucks, because whenever, like, say, I think James said this before to Mika, like, oh, go read books and articles. But here's the problem. Most students like Mika don't even do that for their native language. Like, they don't even have foundational habits in a language that exists already. Actually, but James was talking about getting better English comprehension, right? But let's think about this for a moment. Now ask yourself, when someone's asking for advice, how do I get better at a target language and expanding the complexity and understanding of the target language? And most people say, oh yeah, go read I don't know, manga or the news site or a novel or a light novel. And my first thought is, well, let's slow down for a moment. Let's ask them if they do that already with their native language. Because when you meet online, the odds that someone enjoys reading something to expand their native language is not even a habit. So asking them to develop a habit for a target language in which it kind of requires a habit in their native language, as well as leveraging their native language to learn a target language, the odds are very slim. Like for myself, I said this before and I didn't realize how possibly insensitive I was. Like I wasn't considering the factors until now. Like when someone asked me, so why did you use Duolingo? Why did you use Wani Kwani? Why don't you just use like the Genki textbook? And my answer was, it's whatever interests me. Like either works. Like I could go to a textbook and learn it, or I can just go out or like meet someone and just exchange learning that way. The idea is that I did all of these things when I was learning English. Nowadays, that's not how most people use English anymore. Like in my opinion, like what do they interact with? Honestly, here's a grain of salt. There is something that there might be something that is excellent that comes out of ChatGPT, for example, and AI, because if students are consistently using AI to explain things to them, at least the nature of the English could affect their diversity. There's a really big grain of salt here, though. If those people nearly exclusively interacts with ChatGPT, then they might have a deficiency in communicating with those who communicate with other humans, because other humans' colloquial English is substantially different from the technicalities and explicit nature of AI. Now, there's another grain of salt right now. that is going to ruffle all of this is because now AI companies are trying to make AI sound natural, right? So they're training and aligning AI to sound more like casual conversation. So where does this all end is, in my opinion, there's a chance if they're constantly targeting the target audience, I think communication will narrow, not expand. There aren't diversities in a language. Now, if a linguistic person out there is saying, well, there are intrinsic advantages of using professional writing and professional construction in order to be precise, right, and concise about very detailed work, and those who are not interested would not be able to comprehend it, etc. Like, I agree with you. Like, mechanically, there was a existence or an appropriateness or an application for professional writing in English, and I agree. The way I speak transitions between colloquial English and technical and semantic heavy English, because when you're presenting like some sort of information or instructional material, your diction and your choice of words has to be carefully selected, which takes me back to yesterday when Anura mentioned how I choose my words carefully. It's largely because I'm disseminating information. So instructional English is rarely aligning with your pedantic, yo, here's the Skippy, man. It's not that deep. Just get good. Right? That doesn't explain anything, in my opinion. That explains very little. Unless you're the rare moment where you're like you met your like twin or something, and somehow you have telepathic abilities, and you self-select yourself so hard, like you're in a no hit speed run this obscure games clubhouses Discord, then yeah, you can say, yeah, you know what I mean, bro, get good, right? Like, they probably know what each other are thinking about, because that's like a self-selection of like, that's self-selection tenfold in an echo chamber. Yes. However, that's kind of how people speak to each other now, like right now in your classic social media. And oftentimes I make this joke, like, if you say something, I will have many questions. And that's period. There's no exception to it. There's not a single time that I felt when someone talked to me, I didn't have an overwhelming amount of questions. Not like to the level of someone being explanatory to me. So when I ask someone, like, what do you think about this movie? They're like, it's aight. I'm like, what do you mean by it's aight? Like, can you give me a scale? Can you explain? And then when I ask, so what is it about the movie that is all right? They would repeat and double down and say, well, it just feels okay. Like, I know I heard you the first time, but I know that part. You didn't explain anything. Like, but you know what I mean, right? It's a bit of a vibe. It's a little entertaining. I still don't know what you mean, but entertaining, we're getting somewhere. English. I think every time I'm doing this grammar section, it just reminds me of a lot about how it would be interesting to know if people understand that their English comprehension is probably a required in many ways, or their native language comprehension is also part of the equation. Your habits, your behaviors, and the way you interact with your native language builds a lot of habits that are involved in learning a target language. And I want to say this because I don't think I have, grain of salt, I don't think I have these barriers. as much as others do. And you don't have to be learning a target language to illustrate that problem. Try to learn something that's abstract in your native language and ask yourself, when you're reading the explainers and the material, is it a language barrier for your own native language, or is it a comprehension problem from the language, or does it have something to do with the subject matter? Because in my opinion, it's a little bit of both. And nowadays, especially English, I think it's the English comprehension that is creating the most consistent point of exhaustion. Textbooks are not great for most students because they are already telling you to your face that, dude, textbooks are boring. Like, they think it's boring. Textbooks are boring. They don't help me with anything. They actually, sometimes when I read the textbook and I get this literally, it's like, oh, I read the textbook, I know what they're trying to say, but it doesn't help me solve the problem. And I'm like, I don't understand how you know what it says and at the same time it doesn't help you solve the problem in the textbook. Like, the textbook problem is written by the person who's explaining it in the thing. So usually the natural inclination is the student will say, oh, it's because the textbook person is bad at explaining things for the questions that they made. So that's why I have to go on YouTube and have someone else explain it to me better. And my first thought is, okay, let's say that's true. Let's go and view if they're concordant with each other. And I think while there are wonderful content creators who do try to convey and elevate the level of the textbook, right, what's conveyed in the textbook, I would say the vast majority of the content creators that the students reference, the nuance of their English misses the nuances of the textbook. Like, it overly simplifies the stuff, and despite it helps them get to the right answer, right, which is good. It helps them solve the answer so they learn how to solve and get good grades without using the textbook. That's perfectly fine. Like, job well done. It's an alternative solution to it. It also means that they can't read the textbook. Not because the textbook is boring or the textbook is unhelpful or possibly it's written poorly. The student doesn't comprehend what is written in the textbook. So there are times when textbooks are poorly made, right? Like, there's a possibility that textbooks are poorly made. However, it's far less likely that a textbook is poorly made and explained versus any person who's putting their spin on some foundational thing and not a textbook that was edited, refined over many years. Like, these textbooks are really like, they've been refined and looked over several times over, versus someone who randomly just summarizes the textbook in common speak and think that they are doing better. Like, the odds of that is a lot lower. I'm not saying it's not possible. So that's kind of my thought about these things right now. When it comes to textbooks, when someone says, oh yeah, I'm just going to pick up the Genki textbook, I'm like, do you enjoy reading textbook? Do you understand textbooks? Because if you do, yeah, Genki and Nihongo, Mina Nihongo is great, right? Because the aspect of textbooks involve a different type of writing. I know the Minna Nihongo textbook is like in Japanese. The idea is, those, in my opinion, the factor that I'm talking about affects any language in the way that they're either writing professionally in text, formal writing. This exists in every language, at least in my opinion. Text professional writing has a different comprehension than going out in the streets and doing colloquial. The case in point, there's such a difference that oftentimes it's consistently cited. I would say, oh, this is a literary convention, and then this is a speaking convention, right? Happens a lot. I don't know. That was a little bit of a banter. I was trying not to digress today, but it comes up. It has come up so often when I'm reading this stuff. I really like Bunpro's thing, I really like Bunpro's thing because it's very close to technical English. They're being very concise and nearly pedantic, and like pedantic in a great way. So when I was reading Wanikani's site, it's not. Wanikani is colloquial English. So, and it's not bad or good. The idea is that Wanikani's team might have thought it was prudent to write it in a different way so that people can relate to it, because it fits with the whole design language, right? Wanikani is predicated on mnemonics, and mnemonics have to be relatable and emotional. Bunpro, this stuff is dry as heck. Like, it is so dry that it might even lack personality. Occasionally when they write like example sentences, there's some personality in it. I'm like, yeah, that's cool. But I actually think reading Bunpro reminds me of why I like textbooks. I do like textbooks. When I was younger, how I studied exams was not like to look at my notes or to like write things in my own word because I think textbooks are boring. I literally just read the textbook over again. Like, I legitimately just flip through, read the textbooks, like, oh, that's really interesting, huh? And then I put it in my own words. But the vast majority of my English comprehension came from the idea that I read a lot of textbooks. When someone asked me when I was younger, oh, do you read books for fun? Like, do you like reading? And the common understanding when someone asks, oh, do you read for fun? They're talking about novellas like Harry Potter and like Twilight and stuff, back in those days where you're reading that type of creative writing. And my first thought is, no, I don't spend most of my time. Or I like reading. So someone would say, like, do you read at all? And I'm like, I do read, but probably not the way you think. Like, oh, what do you mean? Like, I don't read books, and not books in terms of like they tell stories and fantasy like Lord of Rings, Tolkien fantasy, or Witcher. I read scientific articles most of the time and textbooks. So most of my reading skills come from textbooks and science, like newspaper articles and scientific journals. That's like 90% of my reading time, right? And reading Bunpro, I should have mentioned this really early on. I haven't even considered it. Bunpro made me realize that I haven't done this in so long. I haven't done reading technical English. Like, you might be saying, well, these are all common words. It's like technical English is not the same as vocabulary. They could easily have made this incredibly esoteric by elevating the obscurity and the archaicness of a sophisticated vocabulary. It's the composition that makes it different. Like, think about your texting. If you ask someone to explain what does mitai means, are you gonna get something like this? Like, you know all the English words for sure. Like, I don't think there's any English word in this paragraph. Maybe resembling and conjunction, probably conjunction. Those are the linguistic terms, right, for grammar and whatnot. So outside of the acquiring like conjunction, and maybe an adjective, adverb, and like verb is pretty good. Maybe adverb is a little slightly weak. In conjunction, these are high school words, by the way. So they're actually within the scope. They are high school words, and at the same time, the way the punctuation works, the single quotes, like the difference between the single quotes, the comma outside, or why, like for example, if I ask a person, why is there a comma in front of or here? What does that imply? Do you read that as it's implied? Probably not. Like if I asked them, what do you think this phrase means? Like a single quotes, comma, or resembling a single quotes, right? With the period outside the quotes, ignoring the comma and the period. What do someone think this says? And I can assure you, most people, like a large majority of younger audiences, would think this means, oh, two different things, two individual things. This actually says two similar things. The word or here means that they are related to each other. They are similar to each other. But then you'll be saying, well, why don't they just put an, the word an, right? Because that would be colloquial English. Like a and resembling a, that would insist that they are similar to each other. That's not the same as comma or. And if you're sitting here wondering, so what's the difference? What's the difference between and without a comma, comma or no comma, and or? Those three things are different. And if you're wondering, oh man, Maku, you're just picking a very nitpicky thing. This part, like this, understanding this phrase is one of the key things in grammar, especially understanding Japanese. If you think these two things are different or contrastive or somewhat individual and not dependent on each other, it can affect a lot of your interpretations of what is to come, because it's very important you understand this relationship. I picked up a couple more along the way Bunpro writes, and they're very clear. Like, for the record, I think the way Bunpro writes their grammar things, I'm not sure if they like have a proofreader or maybe take him, or like all the other reference materials and whatnot also have this type of language, but it's quite concise. I simply question whether someone reads this and they're like, oh, okay, yeah, I know this, I know that, like, and then meanwhile, you know, you have someone who's teaching or who's educating others about Japanese and saying, do you know how I got better at Japanese? Treat every word as important. Treat Japanese, learn every part of Japanese, because every part matters. And I'm telling you, yeah, so is the English you're using to read about Japanese. Somehow that was lost because suddenly when you become a native speaker, you don't have to pay attention to every single word. Well, in English, you're gonna hear the word it depends. Is it a technical writing? If it's technical writing, then yes, every English word matters too. That doesn't stop someone from reading through a textbook and say, oh, well, this part is optional. And then you know, they go like, I don't understand why I'm getting this wrong. And I'm like, well, the textbook literally says you have to care about this. It's like, oh, I thought that just meant this. And I'm like, it literally says and insists that this is an important part of the problem. Why'd you skip it? And I, well, I thought I knew it, but I didn't think it's relevant to this problem. Like, it literally says that. Are you okay? Like, should we go over the English first? Because that's the problem ended up not being that the student was incapable of understanding what the problem was. They thought the problem was non-existent from their English comprehension, which is crazy to think about. Food for thought. Food for thought. Anyways, that's like been the last couple months since we started Bunpro. I've realized that I haven't taken into account how language is being used, especially English language is being used on YouTube, and how that is creating a barrier, a potential barrier to the comprehension of enjoying other mediums of English. So it's not very trivial anymore. I don't think it's trivial to tell someone, hey, go read some books, either in the target language or even in the native language, and it's just that easy. It would depend dramatically on what is the major source of input that they already have. And if your major source of input is hearing someone ramble with a curated, scripted, colloquial English, then going to a textbook source requires additional skills. Even if the textbook is trying to explain a target language, the language that they use to explain the target language is also a language that they are struggling with and or under practice and exhausting. So now I'm starting to wonder if it's not because textbooks are boring. It might actually now be a combination. Textbooks are boring already, but they might also be exhaustingly incomprehensible now. And they're exhaustingly incomprehensible to people who think they're comprehending the English. At least for now, that's a running narrative. I would love to, I'm sharing this because I would love to meet other educators and kind of pick their brain if they ever did a social experiment or a statistical accounting for evaluating students' satisfaction with the textbooks or the reference materials that they picked, and then have they considered the idea that that might be a place where they can dramatically improve student engagement if they consider the idea that the text, like the comprehension, there's a comprehension barrier that makes it less likely that the student would be interested. Like, I understand dry material, right? This is dry material. However, if you can't comprehend the material, it doesn't even matter if it's dry or charming. It's boring and irrelevant when the person doesn't understand what they're reading. Like, it doesn't serve a function, right? And for physics, math, and science, it's felt really directly because physics, science, and math, or like the physical sciences and whatnot, it can be very abstract, the way the language is being used, like the describing the stuff, right? However, now we're talking about a point where English comprehension would be the first barrier they would encounter, and not necessarily the science. And if you stack on the obtuseness of abstraction and conceptual understanding of complex phenomenon like physics and whatnot, it's guaranteed. It's nearly guaranteed to create boredom, disinterest, and false sense of security. So whenever someone says, "Oh, the textbook sucks," I can't be convinced that the textbook is suck until they convince me that they understand what the textbook is saying. If they can't understand what the textbook is saying, how can they assess that the textbook sucks? And you might be arguing, well, the textbook sucks because it can't explain to the student. And my first thought is, okay, that's a fair argument. So then, is it the teacher that is responsible for giving a source material that the student can understand at the comprehension level that the students prefer? It's a really tough question. I don't actually know which way I would go. On the one hand, I would say maybe I could defer them to a source material that would convey the same idea but using a different level of English or a different thing of the English, a different style of English. And then I tell myself, on the other hand, does that mean the textbook sucks? And my only consensus I can make is the textbook sucks for the student because there's a chance either the student can't comprehend what's written in the text, so that makes it suck, right? If you can't comprehend, or the other way around, the student hasn't acquired the skill or willing to acquire the skill to read a text that is written appropriately. Toughest thing I can think of right now. And my bias is that I read texts a lot. I read textbooks quite a lot. Like, I enjoy reading rules. Like, when you go into a video game and you're reading a puzzle game and they're like dry explaining the rules of their universe, or you go into a deck builder and you're reading the permutations and the statistical formulation of their like math that's behind calculating their effects and stuff. That stuff is interesting to me. It's not to someone who simply just clicks forward and then constantly click on random things and hope that they win. That's an exaggeration, but you know what I'm referring to. The satisfaction of the student in that context, or the satisfaction of the person in that context, is that the gamer must be satisfied, right? That's fair. It's not like it's a learning apparatus. Now, if we take that behavior that they do every single day with video games and they take it to the classroom, what do you think is going to happen? The easiest solution is to blame the textbook for being bad. And again, I've already said this, logically and objectively speaking, the textbook is unlikely to be worse than someone's impression of the textbook through one iteration. Like a content creator, like a student, a graduated student, a 24-year-old evaluating the textbook that they used to use, the odds of that person having a much more refined and curated understanding of the textbook versus the textbook that's been for many years curated and edited and updated by many professionals is unlikely. Unlikely, but still can happen. Right? Objectively, the textbook will have more eyes, more people reviewing it and editing it versus some random YouTuber or content creator trying to give a different spin on it. So my answer to that is the content creator is probably doing an excellent job because it helps someone learn something, but that doesn't mean the textbook is crap. Those are two independent things. And if you were to compare it, then the textbook is slightly less crap than the person who spent less time on it. right? There are multiple people who edit and maintain textbooks versus one person interpreting a textbook. Rough. Okay, anyways, that's my digression for today for Bunpro. Alright, so mitai ni. Got it. Next one, soul ni. Oh no. How does this vary with... Okay, so how is this different from mitai ni? Solda is one of the 18 auxiliary words. Sure, can be used in the same way as non-adjectives, right? Maybe followed by na when acting as an adjective, or ni when acting as an adverb. This is a unique characteristic of soul, a solda, and yoda. So we got over yoda and solda recently. It is not something that can be done with auxiliary verbs. It is not something that can be done with all auxiliary verbs. As with solda, solni, and solna carry the meaning of seeming like or looking like. Okay. So, let me see for a moment. Okay, so this one uses the stem. Drops the E. Okay. But how is this?
さっき先輩が怒りそうになってた。
Okay. Yeah.
彼は忙しそうに仕事をしている。
Right.
彼女はどんな仕事でも簡単そうにやるから羨ましいです。
Oh, that's a little bit wicked. Okay. Okay. All right.
つまらなそうなパーティーには行きません。
So Sona was for a noun, right? Okay. Okay, so the order is still similar to how the other one works too. But now, can I get a help with this? Soul may also be used when attached to the E adjective. Attached to the E adjective, nai. In this case, there's a unique conjugation rule which you will need to be careful of. Oh boy, is that what this part down here is saying? No, it's not. As always, E will be removed, right, from the nai before attaching soul, right? However, sa, so it becomes nasa, will need to be inserted between na and in between na and so. Nasaso. Oh yeah, it's no. Yeah, oh no. So sasona. Wait, hold up. Okay. Oh, because it's the nai of the like it can be a verb in the negative before it. Right. And then you have to add sa. Okay. And then it becomes the nasa that I'm used to. Yeah. So nasa is the linker thing for many of the negative, what do you call these? Auxiliary verbs. So, or auxiliary words, things, auxiliary verbs. So, okay, it still checks out. The way they're writing is slightly different from the way they described it before for others, because that's where the nasa is coming from in the other ones too. This results in a construction, yeah, なさそう。Okay. すごい、すごい、気楽なさそう、なさそうに食べるね。気楽なさそう、なさそうに食べるね。Okay. 大事、大事じゃな、じゃなさそうな、じゃななさそうなものはして、して、してて、しててもいいよ。Yeah, okay. Okay. Interesting. This one is a little tougher because yeah, this one, like this part, I'm not sure. Huh. I'm not sure how the EO, like this part, is functioning. Like, I think there's a slight loss in translation here. It's okay. Growing pains. Note that this addition of sa does not happen with verbs. Right. Wait. Yeah, with verbs, but not auxiliary verbs. This is due. Oh, it's just nai. Oh, I see. Yeah, so nai would be what? Nai and jana. Yeah. Okay, this is due to the nai that is used with negative verbs being an auxiliary verb. Okay. Yeah, so it's still auxiliary verb, but it's nai is a auxiliary verb. And not in e adjective. Okay. With the auxiliary verb nai, simply remove the e before adding soul directly to the stem. Wait. Hold on. Oh, because those are... Oh no. Hold up. Okay. Wait. Okay, I'm a little confused now. Okay, yeah. Okay, so nai, we're talking about the above, we're talking about nai as verbs. And then now, since nai, okay, so we need the nasa because nai attached to negative verbs are auxiliary verbs. But with the auxiliary verb nai, simply remove the e before adding soul directly to the... This says it does not happen with verbs, but it does happen with an auxiliary verb, which is when nai is used with negative words being auxiliary verbs. And since nai itself is also an auxiliary verb, for whatever reason, with the auxiliary verb nai, you don't need sa. You just remove the e and add soul. Goodness gracious. Goodness gracious. It's fine though. That's understandable since nai, like the actual nai, the auxiliary verb nai, not a negative verb, which deals with adding nai to the end. Okay. あの人は、の人は怒らな、怒らそうな、怒らそうな。That's why they're auxiliary. Okay. 顔しているけど、いつも、もう scary, angry? Oh, 怒っている。怒っている。OK。あれは美味しくなさそう。なさそう because the adjective. Wait. The adjective needs a... Oh. Oh. Oh, yeah, because it's a negative. Okay, yeah. そうにご飯を食べている. So wait. Because e adjectives need a negation. Yeah. Okay. All right. All right. I think I understand. Both Mitai and Sony. Sona can be seen. I mean, seem like, but differ in a nuance and usage. Mitai expresses a resemblance to something else. Okay. Sony and Sona is based on sensory cues and often used with verbs. Okay. So that's the distinction, or one of the frequency distinctions. Ooh, this one's gonna be tough. I don't know how I feel about this one so far. Probably the more complicated one. All of these things are starting to blur together. Oh no. I mean, I imagine these are paired, so we'll have to resolve them as we're going. So it doesn't happen. No. Oh, it doesn't happen with... No. I think I misread it. So it doesn't happen... Yeah, it doesn't happen with negative verbs. Because it's a auxiliary verb and not an e adjective. However, the exception to the rule is the auxiliary verb nai. Simply remove the e, or with the auxiliary verb nai. Maybe they're referring to the e adjective becoming with the auxiliary verb nai. This is what I mean. My comprehension is not like I tend to reread stuff like this because it's often a bit technical, and I can tell. I mean, like, I would probably think that most people read this and like, oh yeah, I kind of know what it means, and then like I know what the mechanics are in the following example, and that's fine. Personally, I'm like really trying to read. Right. The above example was that this can be attached to e adjectives, right? And then they were talking about nai, and when an e adjective is when a nai is attached to an e adjective, it becomes an auxiliary verb, and that auxiliary verb then requires, or non-auxiliary, it just happens to be a negative adjective, and it requires sa. But then they say that sa does not occur with verbs because verbs can end with nai, like negative verbs can end with nai, and they do not require, they are auxiliary verbs, so they're not the same as e adjectives with nai. And then now with the auxiliary verb nai, simply remove. So Yes. I think I made this a little too overly complicated. Functionally, well, someone would say you're overcomplicating this. Just look at the examples and see it. And I'm like, I see the examples. I'm simply reevaluating what the English is saying. Two different things. All right. Anyways. Okay. All right. Oh, they asked for casual. Whoops. So we have to keep in mind that if they ask for casual, we could use casual. This is considered casual too?
Right,
right. Low confidence objective. Okay. I see where... Wait. Do I see low... Yeah, I see where the low confidence is coming from. Objective. I am not quite clear what they mean by objective here. Wait. I have no idea what I'm doing. Oh, they need the stem. Right, they need the stem. Wait. Oh, and then that's Bako. That's Bako. So I need a nah because it's following after N. What? Wait. Oh no, I don't need ni. Ni is for verbs. Yes. That is gonna be so much growing pains. Oh no. That one is... I am very humbled by how complicated that is. Alright, let's get to our vocabulary. We gotta make up some time. Alright, time to make up some time. Oh no. Subeni. Subete. Subete is kind of weak. Yeah, Subet for that character is weak. So I am... Oh man. It only has 7 listed. Hang on. I guess we'll do 13 after the 7. It's kind of annoying when things get broken up. Maybe I'll do it this way. So this will only allow 7. We're gonna add 13 to it just for today. So I do my routine this way. So we get the 20. And then we'll set it back to 20. Okay. So I need to write something right now for this. Then what is that? Let's do at... I should change up my notation also slightly. So like at... Maybe like at king whole or even all. I'm actually... Or every. And then Maybe something like this type of notation. Yeah, I think this will be fine. Oh. Then I don't think we need every. Okay. Oh, whoops. Hold up. Okay. Let's do it this way. And then we have su. Maybe we can use that instead of using bet. I think we should go with sound more. Still works out the same way. All right. What do we got here? Joho. I mean, that is an intelligence report or like information intelligence, but didn't they describe that as feeling? Yeah, they did. It's okay. This is authentic. Ashka, so for certain. Ashka. We're gonna need something for this too. We got stone. Forehead. Turkey. I've already forgotten the notation I was using. Hang on. I think we're just gonna use... Okay. What was that? Authentic, so... MAKU? Heck. Yeah, MAKU. Still got it. MAKU. And then we have ka into certain. Still the same. Ooh, okay. Oh my goodness. I'm really dropping the ball here. It's not even close. How this works. I totally screwed up. Uh, hmm. Okay. That's not great. Alright. Mokuteki. It's a project or purpose. Yeah, I was thinking project, but goal. Project. Mokuteki is... Not that great. Suzumu. Susumu. Susumu. Probably going to need two. Bishin. So let's see. Scooter, Turkey, Shin, Su. Oh wait. Shin, Su. This stinks. I don't have a very elegant way of accounting for repeated syllables. I mean, they don't happen too often outside of onomatopoeic words, but still. Re, re for practice. Instance example. That says re, right? That's all. I think that's the primary re. I can't think of it else. Oh, yeah, outside of like tatoeba, right? Okay, that's fine. Yo, what? Oh, kura. Oh no, this is the original mnemonic. Was the only time kura was used. Like cooler. Kura, kuraberu. Change this up too. So I think we're gonna go with compare for this. Oops. And then I wrote stack. Well, oh, we don't need compare. Oh, compare doesn't work anything. Let's use stack. Beru. Okay. Getting used to the slightly more modified notation. Yeah, that's good enough. Oh man. It is. Okay. I mean, that's okay, right? I think I'm okay with this. I don't know if I'm okay with this. We'll give a pass for that one. Egaku. Ooh. Egaku. Oh man, these ones are. This set is wild. Okay. Hold up. Let's practice our vigilance here. Let's do this one too. Might as well get in some practice. Yeah. Okay. Is that... That's Byo, right? Byo. Okay. I don't think we went with Seedling there. So what is that? At 21. Oh no. Okay. Oh goodness. All right. All right, we're back. It's been a while since this happened, but occasionally from time to time OBS just likes to disconnect. So it happens like maybe once a year, and it happened, so I just simply sat here for a couple seconds and waited until it reconnects. All right. Emote. Oh my goodness. I need to write something for this too. Oh no. Because these are fairly old and they're not like screaming out at me at the moment. Would that be a rib cage now? Oh, we could practice rib cage though. That's a good time to practice rib cage. What is this? Hyo? Probably. Press. De surface. Oh, okay. Jubin. I say I do this for whatever reason when I'm saying Jubin, as in it's okay. As in everything's adequate. Plenty. Jubin. Mamoru. Mamoru, that's a pass. Mukashi is pass. Heck, yosu, yosu. Yosu. Oh goodness. This is gonna be like 33% yosu. Actually, because of sentences. Like context. Not enough context. What? Huh? Itadaku? I'm guessing this is the humble speech thing again. Oh, I haven't reached it yet. Cho. I mean, that's fair. It does look like Cho. Summit or humbly? Okay, new kanji before the kanji. Alright, let's try this. So we have street, age, Cho, who, and then we have e, da, to receive. Huh. I wonder how. Okay, it's just probably just for polite reasons. Not the greatest. Definitely not the greatest. Utsu. I think Utsu is fine. Yeah, we're gonna get a pass for Utsu. Nokosu is fine. Danse is okay. Itasu? Ooh, Itasu. We're gonna give it a go on that one. Alright, so let's get back to this. Pronoun indicating the entirety or the whole of something. Right? Those. Okay. 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 Data, facts, or details that convey knowledge or news about something. It's not the greatest because he uses feeling. Okay. A term used to express that one believes their own thought is true but can't be sure. Okay. Okay. The reason or goal for doing something. I'm not sure. The techie part is kind of weak. A verb indicating to move forward or make progress in a particular direction. Okay. A specific instance or case that serves as a sample or illustration. Action of examining the similarities and differences between two or more things. Okay. Action of placing something in upright position. Oh, goodness gracious. I see some ones that are kind of a little bit tougher. Like this T related things. And possibly the political things. Action of creating a visual representation or image, typically on paper or canvas. Okay. And then where? Okay. An adverb used to indicate that something is moderately or significantly a certain way. I see. Refers to the visible side or surface of an object. Refers to the visible. Oh, okay. An adjective indicating that there is an adequate quantity or degree of something. That's gonna be a mixed bag. A verb highlighting to safeguard or defend something or someone. Okay. Strong. An adverb indicating a time that's in the distant past. That's strong. The appearance or condition of something at a particular time. Oh, that's not that great. We'll see. That one's not that great. A humble speech verb used to express receiving something with gratitude or humility, right? This one's new. Okay. A verb meaning to strike something with force, often with a hand or an object. Okay. That one's strong. This verb means to leave something behind or to keep something for later use. This one is fine. The gender category referring to individuals who are biologically or socially male. That's fine too. A humble speech form of a verb to do used in polite or formal Japanese, right? Which one did they use? Sue is questionable. Oh.
旅行はすべて計画通りに行きました。
Wait. Did I? Oh. Okay.
「彼についての情報を集める」。
Oh. Oh. Interesting.
「彼の子供は確か男の子だ。
あなたが日本語を勉強する目的は何ですか？
カーナビ。北に5キロ進んでください。
例を参考にして問題を解いてみてね。
クラスメートと身長を比べる。
What? Oops. What? Wait. Oh, oh. Giving a thumbs up, huh?
親指を立てて同意を示す。
宿題で父親の似顔絵を描かなくてはなりません。
The heck? Okay.
娘、この江戸、母親。なかなかいいね。
What? Wow. I see. Okay, I get it. Okay.
コインの表が出たら筋トレをしよう。
暮らすのに十分なお金を稼ぐ。
ヒーローとして町の平和を守る。
I see. It can be used that way.
社会で昔のアメリカについて学ぶ。
医師、少し病院で様子を見ましょう。
Not that.
「校長先生から賞状をいただきました。
That's a new one. Right.
力を込めてサンドバッグを打つ。
夫にクッキーを残しておく。
その男性の出身地を知っていますか？
That's gonna end up creating a 50-50, or maybe a 33%. Okay, I see that it's the context of older.
先輩、それは私がいたします。
Alright. Alright. I was gonna do some grammar review, but I think we're just gonna keep floating along here. I kind of got caught up in the whole grammar digression of my own. Yeah, we're gonna keep going along this way. Oh, how strong. We won't push it. Maybe see how I feel tomorrow. Let's do some grammar. See how it feels. Okay. Emphasis on currents. So like
2日ごとに友達とサッカーをする。
the heck?
水だ。
そういうこと。Oh, I don't quite remember そういう either こと。Conditional type. It's a conditional that links to after. Oh, そういうこと is like kind of? Something like that, yeah. I don't think it's Yoda. Does Yoda work there? No. This is if. Conditional if. So. What? You use ba with a noun, not a. Oh, wait. Wait, what did that say? Use ba with a noun. Nara needs to be attached to the noun first. Oh. However, we are looking for a grammar point that's used when making guess about what may or what could happen in a certain situation. Which is nara.
そういうことなら聞かなくていい。
Nara. Hey, what is the other one? No, nara. Oh, because I'm writing it because it's usually omitted? No. Yes. Yeah, okay. In this case, it's in this case, what part of speech is that? Huh. Alright. Seems like polite. Oh no. Which one? We're gonna go with...
彼はここに来ないようだ。
I went with Yodas because of polite, but I guess Yoda is the more polite of with Mitai? I want to say it has something to do with needing a, yeah, like a, do I need a nominal for te? Negative te. Dr. N, so just like or doctor. That's like not it? Oh, I forgot the negative. Dewa because of be noun.
医者、医者ではなくて、
Or じゃなくて。Okay. Interrogative. 意味ですか? Literary. Literary. Literary what? Kind. Like are we like such as like Nado? No. I mean, it could be like soul? No. Among other things? Example? No. Maybe so. Oh, could it be like that means like that we are looking for what kind? What do you mean what kind? I don't remember doing like I don't remember doing something like donut or something. Salt. We'll just use salt. Okay. Okay. It has to modify meaning, I suppose. All I can think about is like Boca. Not that. Literally, what kind of meat? Not wonder. I have no idea. What? But maybe I was onto something for... Oh no. Kind. No. Like. No. What? I feel like it's a doll of some sort. So maybe like...
どういう意味ですか?
Okay. I thought it was. Wait. It's irregular. I don't. Oh no. I know it's irregular, but I don't. I know it's irregular, but I don't know what it is. Maybe it's sareru. Check the tense. Oh, that's it. Wait. Oh, done. Whoops. They're trying to past tense. The heck? Have I talked to someone about Artemis too? No. What about Artemis 2? Check the tense. Oh.
私はあいつらに何をされてもいいけど、あいつらには絶対に君の名前を教えない。
Oops. That line.
8時までに学校に着かなくてはいけない。
こことあそこは危険です。
Were I impressed by it? It's okay. I mean, I didn't watch it. Did you watch it? What particularly was impressive about it for you? Also, after you left early to play Overwatch with some online friends, 2 of which are Korean, so they taught you some Korean, which was nice. I see.
11時頃に帰ってくるからご飯はいらないです。
A particle confirming. I don't know. Let's go with that. Okay. Bit more polite. Desho. What in the world? What do you want from me? How about expanding the basic grammar pattern to include the extra nuance within the translation? Doesn't it? Oh my goodness. Alright, fine. Oh, wait. Never mind. Just kidding. This is already there. You think the slingshot mechanic of its flight path is so cool? Yeah. It's a thing of science fiction, isn't it? Or was a thing of science fiction. You ever watch a science show that talked about the slingshot mechanic? I think it was more than 20 years ago. Here's which science show talked about that? Star Trek. Why do you have to ask? They did like maneuvers. Yeah, they did maneuvers. Obviously it wasn't with respect to the Earth and the moon, but the whole idea of slingshot mechanics happened. I'm not sure of popular movies like Interstellar. There are some like shows that occasionally you would have some reference to that slingshot mechanic. Usually like in science fiction shows where if fuel and maybe like a malfunction or something, and they would improvise a slingshot mechanic to create the slingshot mechanic is dealing with like how to use gravitational, gravitational pulls and stuff, and then like they usually just use it as a term, and then they would plot like something that looks like that flight path. That's what I meant by a thing of science fiction. No longer, but I don't know how often that like slingshot mechanic of its flight path has been done like in history, like in human history. Oftentimes earlier science fiction, it was on paper, right? On paper it made sense because of physics. So you do hear a little bit exotically referred to. Have you seen Anthropic Mythos? AM, if you know? No, I haven't. Oh, Anthropic's Mythos. Oh, yeah, Anthropic. No, I haven't. I haven't been keeping up. Most of I have been doing is this is recent in the last month, most of my time was with language learning. So I had like little to zero time doing anything else. Anytime. Okay,
今日のパーティーではいつでもダンスをしていいんだよ。
ライト。Yeah. Yeah. It's not E? Oh. That's a
台所のライトが消えた。
The AI model, it was put in a secure location offline and escaped and found day zero vulnerabilities in loads of major software. I'm not surprised. Anthropic Mythos, the character from had no mouth and must scream. Oh, okay. Yeah, that sounds about right. I did hear, like, okay. Well, I didn't hear. Wait, when you said, have I seen Anthropic Mythos? I haven't, but I have heard. I know of that book. I know of that book. But yeah, I haven't seen it or done anything with it. As cursory as possible. So whatever you tell me is like, maybe I might be able to remember something being said about it. Why do you bring it up? I don't know in what form either AM is in. Any talk about dangerous mile just makes you think of open the pod bay door is how. Yeah, did you read about the... Here's a linguistic related one. Again, I met a couple people, we talked about language the whole time. So the thing that's language related about AI models are recently... I don't know which models were used, but someone shared the idea that you can have one model talk to another model, and despite them aligning to use conventional English, they ended up developing a semantically incomprehensible language that was only understood by the two models. So if you're wondering about the open the pod bay doors out situation, apparently now if you program two models to operate on a program or like a problem solving thing and they had to communicate to each other, they will naturally develop a linguistic pattern that creates a sociolect between the two programs to the point that it is incomprehensible to the people overseeing it. That is... Have you watched the movie Her? Oh, Carl, you should watch the movie Her. Ahead of its time if you haven't seen it. It's one of those things like an AI can communicate with you through your language, but it doesn't have to communicate to other things in the same language. So there are so many things that are incomprehensible to a system of rules that can be novelly generated. That is so, you know, it's the occurrence or the spontaneous creation of a natural language, and that is wildly scary on a very fundamental level. Just out of curiosity, as it is incredibly scary to the risk these models are starting to pose. Yeah. As you remember hearing about that a couple months ago. Yeah, it was demonstrated this time to semantically be quite literally incomprehensible. So like the extent and the speed in which it is able to be created with even strict alignment does not prevent it from naturally developing it. Also, a weird link to AI. We went on a fishing trip in South Africa. It was raining heavily, so the 50-ish-year-old captain gave you a dry shirt to put on. And when I took my top of the exclaimed, "Oh my goodness, I'm sorry, but you're so hot." Then my sister got quite annoyed with him as he started asking seriously whether I would mind having an older boyfriend. What did you ask if I watched? Sorry. Oh, the movie Her. The movie Her. 2013, maybe? Has it been that long? I don't think it's 2013. Might have been a little bit later than that. With Joaquin Phoenix and Scarlett Johansson as the... Scarlett Johansson was the voice of the AI. Let me see. Oh, it is 2013. Yeah, it was 2013. I think I might have brought it up more than once, or when we were talking about these. Ahead of its time, let's say ahead of its time. Without spoiling anything, the subject matter that it eventually ended with deals with related to the whole linguistic aspect of communication and the impact of how potential sentient, even not necessarily sentience. Her dealt with sentience, but developing natural communication, like exclusive communication strategies between a closed system, is very much reminiscent of the chaotic nature of having a relationship, sort of, with a function, with like a generative thing that can choose not to communicate back, or inherently not communicate back, which is open the Podpay door. It's that's what happens, right? When you look at how is doing something and it's refusing or it's withholding communication with you, and it's a thing of science fiction for now. When your parents find out they were really quite cross due to its unprofessional and potentially predatory nature. However, the silver lining is that he gifted us a boatload of tuna for free, and he said he only did it for you. You've only seen clips of it, but never watched it. I see. You should watch it. It's very relevant, and it will probably pick your brain about the depictions now that you're really potentially very well invested in the nature of AI in our lifestyle now. It's far more topical now than it was back in 2013. In fact, I would say if it was released now, that movie might actually be gangbusters. It got nominated, but it didn't get the first picture of the year for a science fiction film. This was before Shape of Water, and then also before like Arrival. Also, I think Arrival was after that. Yeah, it was 3 years after. Arrival also got nominated for Picture of the Year at the Oscars for science fiction film. But technically, by like technicality and extension, Shape of Water, Del Toro's film, which is a bit of a fantasy science fiction, I think is the most contemporary example of a science fiction movie taking the Picture of the Year at the Oscars. But Her was one of the nominated ones within the last 15 years, and Arrival was the other one in 2016. I was very well invested in science fiction, and rarely do you ever see science fiction ever make an Oscar nomination. So like, we're talking about like ex machina kind of science fiction, as opposed to like popularized science fiction, the stuff that don't predicates on more like showpieces and whatnot. And then Shape of Water is kind of closer to more like Lord of the Rings situation, which Lord of the Rings, obviously Peter Jackson took home Oscars, but fantasy science fiction. So I'm not aware if that has changed, the status of that has changed, where it's like a straight up science fiction, like really one of those niche science fiction movies. Arrival, coincidentally, both Her and Arrival does deal with the idea of communication, like speaking and communicating. Arrival dealt with alien linguistics, but you can replace the alien with an AI and you'll have a semblance of very similar composition between Her and Arrival. The context and the context and power dynamics was very different. However, the fundamental aspect of the two was that communication was the fundamental loss between the roles in mind. In this case, Arrival was between an alien species and humans, while Her investigated the relationship between a person and an AI model. Prometheus is okay. Prometheus is more of an alien thing. So it was okay. Like we're talking about like Ridley Scott stuff, so that's not quite it. But they are entertaining. I think Prometheus is pretty entertaining. Have you seen Prometheus? Do you watch Ridley Scott stuff? Like post Ridley Scott stuff? I mean, nowadays they're straying away from Prometheus and they're more hitting the Predator and all that stuff, but you know, entertainment. Prometheus tried to do some stuff. You watched the new Jurassic World film, right? On the plane, it was terrible, but it was a good watch. That's what I mean. Yeah, I think Prometheus is the most things like Prometheus is the most mainstream possible without going too far from Jurassic Park and stuff, things like that, where it was trying to be mainstream and it suffered from not feeling like Ridley Scott's unapologetic aliens related things, and then it was entertaining but not for entertainment's sake. So like Jurassic World films are unapologetically for entertainment. So it was terrible in the sense that it wasn't a niche science fiction thing, right? And the Jurassic Park, the original trilogies, leaned heavier on those type of aspects as opposed to the internet. I mean, Jurassic Park was supposed to be very thrilling and whatnot. So Spielberg, is it Spielberg? Pretty sure it's Spielberg. Spielberg had this knack for balancing them, and I think Prometheus attempted to do that again. They tried to recreate the Ridley Scott balance, much like the Spielberg era when they did the Jurassic stuff. Nowadays, though, they're kind of divorced. Because of the hyperbolic nature of human preference, the two things are divorced. You have super sweaty, intimate science fiction, and then you have, for your entertainment, showcase, spectacle science fiction, right? So those two things have like become so segregated that when Prometheus came out, it felt like they was trying to do two things, and those two things required a lot of things that now conflict with each other. So Prometheus was received with a mixed result. It was very casual on both ends, so it would be an excellent watch for someone who's like casual and not particularly someone who is looking for one or the other. Like Prometheus was boring for someone who is seeking a entertainment lush, you know, James Cameron experience like Avatar, while those who are seeking something like myself, my guilty pleasure is to watch something like Black Mirror over and over again. Ridley Scott would be probably the person I would refer to. He's the aliens guy. So when you think of like Prometheus and all those things, Ridley Scott is like the guy that you want to. Spielberg is like Jurassic stuff. So like emotional, precocious character guy. Ridley Scott was the foreboding alien species type of like humans are the victim, like a encroaching like scariness tensity of an outwardly entity encountering humans. That's Ridley Scott. So Ridley Scott is the dark thing. Like he is the one that is a credit for all the inspirations of super tense, destructive, potentially world-ending, like genocidal human type of danger related alien stuff. And he created the foreboding, creepy, pondering type of alien stuff. Not like Independence Day where like aliens come in and pew 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 pew, kind of like superhero things. That's a different story, right? Like people are, you know, shooting guns, like MIB, not that type of thing, but the pondering ones where like aliens are very intelligent. They're like not seen just as like aggressive characters or antagonists. So that's Ridley Scott. Yeah, Ridley Scott in general. Spielberg had more of a character-driven novella, so most of Spielberg's stuff, they both have like dread and terror and stuff in some way, but Spielberg is a lot lighthearted. Spielberg takes the route of having kids involved and like kind of seeing how humans triumph despite being a bit incompetent or innocent in their exploration. So you kind of see that in Jurassic Park all the time, where like, yeah, these humans, they don't really know what they're up to, but it's exciting, and then the humans ultimately like figure a way out and they triumph. So you kind of feel that in most of Spielberg's stuff. Like it's an adventure, That's why the ride things. Ridley Scott is like for the mature audience situation. It's been a while since I've seen Ridley Scott, like the old Ridley Scott's film. You love Black Mirror on holidays. You had so many Black Mirror dreams, including a repeating one where you would wake up from your dream to then actually wake up from your dream. Yeah, I was talking about Black Mirror, coincidentally, not like 2 days ago. So with someone else, and Black Mirror encapsulates my fascination with science fiction and drama. Like it I would say Black Mirror is why I like Ridley Scott. Like the thing that I like about Ridley Scott's films and his legacy is what Black Mirror encapsulates. Only Black Mirror is current, and it's not restricted to the whole idea of aliens. It could be anything that humans create. And I liked Jurassic Park, like Spielberg Jurassic Park, for the very same reasons. What humans are capable of out of curiosity, but also create problems out of that curiosity. My fascination with Star Trek and not Star Wars, right? I'm sorry for Star Wars fans, but I genuinely am not interested in the sake of heroics and like things that don't explore out of curiosity, but more like intrigue. Star Wars is more like Game of Thrones, where I like those shows for the intrigue. So I like Star Wars for the boring parts of Star Wars. Like people like Star Wars nowadays, the casual audience like Star Wars for the spectacle. I didn't watch Jurassic Park for the spectacle. I watched it for the preponderance of what would happen if people decide to resurrect dinosaurs. That's the premise, right? And Aliens, Ridley Scott was very inspirational because what if there were alien life forms? What would they be like? And Ridley Scott painted aliens in a very specific way, in various ways. And then I like StarCraft, right? Like StarCraft was very similar. I know it's not a movie or it's a video game, but the whole idea is the dialogue of interacting with another alien species or like another intelligent life form. And Star Trek, that's literally the premise of Star Trek. Like every single Star Trek. Now, hear me out. Recently, there have been a lot of Star Trek reboots. And to illustrate what I mean by Star Trek is like the hub for this type of mentality, is that anytime a Star Trek show decides to invest more screen time into developing characters like Steven Spielberg does over the course of a movie, or like Stranger Things, where it develops the character's motivation, but it sidelines the mythos, like the possibility of interdimensional travel and like anomalies and stuff. That gets sidelined in Star Trek. When those shows do that, their ratings tank. So like recently I watched the most recent season of Strange New Worlds, and half of the season was dedicated to developing like relational stuff that dealt with the character development, and it kind of sidelined what was very hardcore about a lot of the Star Trek, like the representation of the Star Trek fandom. And again, I wouldn't be I don't hold a candle to the fandom of Star Trek, because I watched Star Trek when I was way older, within the last 3 or 4 years. And I liked it because immediately it made me think of things like Black Mirror. Only Star Trek has the interaction literally happening as part of its mythos, while Black Mirror does it in episodic kind of format. And I love those things. Like Expanse is a great example of Star Wars. The things that I like about Star Wars. And Andor, the Andor series is what I like about Star Wars. It's a Game of Thrones. You don't call it a Game of Thrones, but it's a game of planets. It's a game of councils. And then Expanse is the same thing. It's a game of factions, of like racism, discrimination. It's a game of intrigue. People are trying to outfox each other because it's a human dominated, it's an Anthropocene where humans created, or human-like things created all the intrigue. And that's what I like about Lord of the Rings. Like Tolkien fantasy and D&D, the intrigue, the human aspects. Like, yes, there are dwarves and elves, but they're all projections of humans. And that creates that kind of semblance of evaluating human condition. So, two things that constantly fancies me, right? And both of them are kind of tied to exploring the human condition. Spectacles does a part of human things, but spectacles are not quite what are most memorable. I like talking about the lasting impression that you get, not necessarily having to revisit the thing. I think entertaining movies are great because you can watch them over again and be entertained all over again most of the time. There is a weakness to shows of intrigue, and shows of intrigue, it can be very tough to be rewatched because you already know what the intrigue is, right? And then mysteries, the whole like science fiction, human condition, they're predicated on mystery and discovery. So it may not be as conducive to rewatching. So one of the underlying behaviors with this type of cinematography is if you make entertaining movies, they're more likely to be rewatched. If you make intrigue and discovery types of dependency on movies and shows, they are less likely to be rewatched. So oftentimes like comedy, action stuff are period pieces, or not period pieces, but they are more, you can get more dopamine by rewatching them. Like, so with every rewatch of Office, there's less rewatches of Star Trek, for example, despite like you could argue Office has an overwhelming large population thing, but if we normalize based on the fandom, I would argue that there will still be more rewatches of things that provide short-term dopamine response than a long-term dialogue with oneself that keeps recurring. Like, for example, for me, it's easier to remember what happened in Black Mirror because Black Mirror's things come up in all of my conversations. Like, we talk about Black Mirror, like I refer and defer to Black Mirror without even saying Black Mirror. Like when I talk about the impending erosion of self-value, that was a Black Mirror topic. So those things stay memorable. But if you told me who was fighting, like who was the name of the Jedi that was fighting Count Dooku in this one scene that did a cool flip, I wouldn't remember it. It's very difficult for me to remember details like that. It might not be difficult for other people, but I talked about this yesterday about the idea of relying on experience, solely on experience in order to remember things. I do a combination. I don't rely on solely my experience, but also the interconnectedness of note-taking. That was what was talked about yesterday with Anuda. And that's kind of why I tend to favor things that can be talked about, not things that can only be witnessed or experienced or seen. And Jurassic Park is like the new Jurassic World films is like that. I would watch it, but most of the spectacles would not be memorable in like a month's time. I wouldn't remember what happened in it. So it works to the people's advantage though. That means that if I had to experience it, I would have to rewatch the movie. Meanwhile, I wouldn't have to rewatch Ridley Scott because like his original Alien or Aliens, because those things that were in there are recurring. Do you prefer a harder focus on the human condition, somewhat on its own isolated, or the human condition heavily focused on relationally to something else, such as AI? There's no differentiate between them. They're always. I don't think, unless you have an exact answer, like an example of the human condition on its own isolated. I don't think the human condition is ever isolated from something relational. Like it needs a context. The relational thing is the context. The human condition can't be investigated without a context. I know you don't tend to have favorites, but do you have a favorite or standout episode of Black Mirror? I am a sucker for Juniper, much like the vast majority of people, the Juniper episode. But I think, yeah, I probably throw it to Juniper. Crowd favorites as well as mine, probably. The Juniper thing is both human condition and science fiction. You can probably tell. The idea of Juniper is instilled in the human condition. It concerns the idea of mortality and simulation. Do you value or weigh higher your own experience, or do you try to have an even split in so far as you can? Balance. Balance is always a balance. Yeah, balance is what I believe to be the to remain intellectually active in most situations. A balanced approach is the way. If one selectively prefer their own like experience, then it would limit to some extent, but you can become more consistent, perhaps. And then if you weigh everyone else's experience, then you have less control, which still can produce more consistency, provided that the people you are relying on are consistent themselves. But you would lose control. So one has a lot of control, one has lose control, and then neither of them will produce or promote intellectual exploration properly. Oh, yeah, Anuda is the person I was talking about. We were talking about like the difference between task-oriented and conceptual-oriented thinking the other day. Yeah, you guess you meant the human condition being the main focus, or the human condition in relation to another more evenly split. So you're talking about like exploring human condition, talking about like the way the human condition is presented and not through like action or spectacle or something. I'm not. So most human condition shows require that something contextual happens in order to test the human condition. So I guess you might be thinking more like a show that explains the human condition as opposed to demonstrating the human condition. Like, for instance, if someone sat down and talk about the philosophy of the human condition, as opposed to having a situation that challenges the human condition and it's portrayed through the results and reaction of it. Would you agree that seeking a balance would require deciding the weight of all the aspects you're trying to combine to achieve a balance, as not all aspects have the same value? Well, not only would I say not all aspects could have the same value, I would say there are nearly no aspects that have the same value. So yes, you would find out through the combination of all of those things. I genuinely do not believe that you can evaluate things without understanding their differences and similarities. So because of that, I don't think things are inherently the same ever. Things are like 99.9% of the time, there are similarities between things, and then there are differences between them. So not all aspects could have the same value. I would argue that most aspects don't have the same value, not even considering the idea that things can have the same value. So when you're talking about balance, the balance is largely not weighted by their value, but their occurrence. So I'm not evaluating based on their value system, but more on their occurrence, because you're observing the things, right? At least that's how I would go about it. I output to get an input, or I observe something to evaluate it. I don't know if that makes any sense there. An example would be exploring the human condition across all the possibilities of experiences the human condition could explore versus exploring the human condition, how it handles a specific experience. Well, you can't. So in both cases, when you're exploring the human condition across all the possibilities, it requires that you know the possibilities. So you need to know the conditions in order to create those possibilities. Like, trying to segregate it is, in my opinion, indistinguishable. Exploring the human condition, how it handles a specific experience, is also a condition of a specific experience. To explore the conditions across all the possibilities require that you state and demonstrate all the possibilities of those specific experiences. So you're asking for a volume question. Would I want to watch a show that goes longer than a show that goes shorter? My answer to that would always be that I weigh the longer one. So like, you're comparing 10, the unit 10 with the unit 1. In my mind, you have said, would you want 10 instead of 1? I would want 10. Like, the second example is many versions of the first example. So like, take the second example, multiply by 10, and go to the first one. No, because the show you think would be shorter could explore a specific... No, we're not talking about the length of the show. You're talking about exploring human condition. So you've changed up the condition. You at the variable here is the focus, not the depth. The depth we're talking about is, you're talking about the length and time investment. You're talking about focus earlier, which you want something to focus on the human condition with regards to like a relative situation, or focus on the human condition itself, right? And then you suggested that now you're exploring the human condition across all possibilities versus exploring the human condition for a specific possibility. This does not say anything about the time or depth. So if the time it takes to do this requires 1 hour, and the time it takes to do this for 10 things, it would be 10 hours. That's what I'm saying, based on your variables. Now, if you're going to tell me that, okay, well, this versus this, with the condition that there is an upper limit for this, so there's an upper limit for this, and there is no upper limit for this, then yes, I would pick something that would explore the nuances of the human condition over something that is trite and probably not with enough depth, because you applied an artificial upper limit to the argument where this does not say anything about depth. Like, my argument is, if the depth is equivocated because you didn't specify there's an upper limit, that would mean that if this show explores 10 things to the depth of 1, would I be okay with them exploring 10 things or 1 thing? Because I can assure you there are people who like the 1 thing over the 10 things with the same depth. Because this could be overwhelming, and this could be just right. So you could have a condition in which a show investigates maybe a 1-hour runtime of something that deals with the human condition, and it's a very specific thing because it's very focused per se, because it only has 1 thing to do, so it's very intimate. But if you had 10 things with the same depth, so a 10-hour show, right, like a movie versus a show, that would be an example, and they would investigate 10 things. A Black Mirror is a good example. So an episodic show in which each episode investigates 1 thing 10 times, and their equivocation is the same depth, because we were talking about Black Mirror. That's what I was talking about. Black Mirror versus, like, right? So yes, I would say if they were gonna focus on 1 thing, let's say both shows have 10 hours, right? Both things have 10 hours. Would I prefer 1 versus 10? So with a cap of 10 hours, I would likely pick somewhere in between. I'm more of a, I like to see the interaction of 2 to 3 things because it's layered. So like, I like to see 1 specific thing interact with another specific thing. This creates a combo layer. So I do prefer not just 1 versus 10, but more so 3 or 2 or 3. So like 2 aspects of the human condition interacting with 2 environments in which it does. And we've already established that when I say human condition, it requires an environment to investigate that human condition. And we already established that that's what we're referring to in that case, where like to illustrate the human condition, it requires coverage. I usually like 2 or 3 things because I like to see how they interact with each other. So like, for example, something that talks about greed and how greed interacts with, I don't know, curiosity, as opposed to like just straight up greed. There's like a double downing on greed. That's fine, right? So the other way is you could make an argument, okay, so now the variable you're talking about is focus versus less focus. This is a good question. I think this is a very good question, because the idea of focus and less focus come into being when you have limited time. Right? Limited time. And my thing is, I have a tendency for focus. So I like intimate depth versus expansive web of like unexplained things, like a kind of more possibility things, you know, like a show that says, oh hey, we have A, B, C, D, E, and A is related to E, A is related to D, A is related to B, and like A is related to C. But then you leave the possibility, but what about the relationship between this and this and this? I'm not as I would say I would stray away from this. I like tight. This would create unfocus, right? This would look unfocused. And sometimes it ends up lacking depth. Because if you have a limited time, so I would say at least 2. Greater than 2. So the relationship between A and B. And then if you're very ambitious, maybe you add a C, right? And maybe establish somewhat of a strong relationship between them. And that would be cool. I'm all for that. This would be a more focused response with more depth because there are less variables to juggle. One you found quite thought-provoking is an increase in intelligence with an increase in logical thinking. Yeah, that's a good one. I love this one. This is a classic. Right, increase int with increased logic. I'm gonna use Star Trek. Vulcans. What their depiction of the Vulcan species. Actually, in Star Trek, there's a hypothetical race or a pairing of human conditions. Most of the time. Star Trek has presented enough race, like alien race compositions that explored the pairing of two dominant human conditions, and Vulcans is one of them, one of the primary things in this order: up intelligence and up logical thinking, or vice versa. So this is represented a lot in Vulcans. There's also wrath-ish, kind of like adrenaline, right? Your other classic one, wrath and adrenaline with lower intelligence, right? That's a typical one where like exploring the benefits and pros and cons of adrenaline-induced visceral species with the portrayal of lower intelligence or maybe even lower logic. Which this would be like, it's not that there's a lack of intelligence. This is very different. It's lower. It's the relationship. And you could say like the Klingon. And then if you go much more extreme, like the what is it called? Like a more organic species, the Gorn. But even then, Star Trek rarely ever ignores the fact of a lack of intelligence or a lack of logic. It's typically exploring the human condition in which there's varied degrees of things with each other. Like what happens if someone was wrath prone? Does that depict something that has a relatively lower intelligence to it. Like wrath is dominant over its intelligence. And then how does that create different situations for the human condition? So in this way, Vulcans are also challenged with emotional. Vulcans get challenged with emotional situations in the show, in all of like the show. So every single one of these quote ideal compositions in their own right. So like Klingons will think of their perspective as ideal, and then they get challenged by the reaction between these. And this is what I mean by having two things interact with each other. So you can have multiple human conditions, and then they are interacting relative to a situation. And I feel that this forms the basic, as in the fundamentals. It requires that in order to evaluate the nature of the human condition, it has to be challenged with a situation in order to depict what that human condition is. So you can explain and depict the relationships between various human conditions and challenge it using a situation, and that creates in my opinion provocative science fiction for myself personally. I am a very casual Star Trek fan. I think I'm more so a behavioral research person and like biology person more than a Star Trek thing. But these things really does tickle the brain. And what would be the optimum? As in your opinion, logical reasoning is just completely unstable at its extreme. You should Vulcans. Star Trek, the whole aspect of pure logical thinking is illustrated in the hypothetical portrayal of Vulcans. And then there are even more logical than that, the Borg, which we talked about the Borg before. The Borg assimilates everything into a hive mind. Actually, the most recent show that I've been like, I think it concluded, Pluribus. Pluribus is from the writers of Better Call Saul. This is a science fiction show, and it explores what happens when... Do you know Orville? I do know Orville. Yeah, do you know Orville? It's okay. I think Orville's okay. I enjoyed it. Do you watch Orville? Pluribus is a new show. It's only one season long, and what happens is, there's we're gonna call it a pathogen. A pathogen that synchronized and share all human consciousness, all of their hosts' consciousness, and the hosts happen to be humans. So all at once, what happened was with the few that are immune. So your characters the main character that you follow is immune. Sorry, it's slightly spoilery, but it's the first episode. Some people are immune to it, and one of the characters that you follow are immune. What happened is the rest, like 99.9% of the human species, it's the body snatchers. I don't know if you've ever watched the premise for body snatchers, but this is a take on it, where there is an epidemic that happened and it spread and it synchronized all of humanity's experiences into a hive mind, which is like a Borg. So what do you think that concept is going to be? Most of the time, people would think right? A lot of science fiction, for especially entertainment science fiction, would take the route of catastrophe, catastrophic things, as in like human cynicism, like greed and wrath and emotional instability would take hold. That's a route that a lot of science fiction takes, where what happens if you shared a consciousness with thousands of humans? You would succumb to all the negative emotions, the ones that would overwhelm, because one of the human conditions is when you have a bad experience, the ones that stand out, that overwhelms you, are like the excitatory emotions, right? Which creates behavior that is excitatory and create like fight or flight situations. So greed, wrath, anger, that stuff tends to be what they say the human condition would do. So in the body snatcher shows, especially like Pluribus, they took a different approach. Sorry, a little spoilery still. And it's more like the show, how they depict it, that is fantastic. It's not necessarily how, like the premise is not the fantastic part about the show. It's that logical thinking took hold. So if you took the summation of human knowledge, right? There's a balance. So what happens what is to say that if the summation of human consciousness and experience is that humans know how to deal with things. They know how to collectively be able to stand up to a task. So if you share the consciousness, then the outcome would be that they are always calm and collected and be able to solve any problem, right? Because if you think about greed and wrath and instability and stuff, like when we look around the world we live in now, do you think that everyone's succumbing to greed, wrath, and instability? No, most people have routines, problem-solving skills, and ability to deal with hardship and overcome them. So despite how acute suffering, grief, sorrow, anger, and stuff is in most of the human condition, when you're talking about your own life at the individual level, if you look at the summation of humanity, they didn't destroy themselves yet, right? That's like the kind of human condition question you're trying to ask. Like, if lots of science fiction depicts that things like greed, self-destructive nature, etc., would immediately get amplified if somehow humans come together and share consciousness. But then you have the counter argument of logical thinking, intelligence, and problem solving. And that's what I kind of love about the show Pluribus, and by extension its influence. I forgot what it's called, the full title, but it's I haven't like gone back to watch the Body Snatcher thing. What is it? I forgot what it's called. It's a book, or it's a show. I think it's a show. The Invasion of the Body Snatchers. It's a 70s show. No, it's a film. 1978. I haven't seen the 1978 Invasion of the Body Snatchers, but that was one of the major like influences of the show, and I don't know in what nature did they depict it. But Borg, you can argue, could be the epitome of logic, right? And what happened in Star Trek is that they assimilate everything. So they are the ultimate. If they assimilate all existing knowledge in the world and assimilate everything, and one person or one entity unilaterally decide of all the things they assimilate what is the most optimal, then you could argue that the Borg species is the most logical entity, provided that they continue to assimilate all the existing knowledge in the world. And what did that look like? Well, the argument is one specific entity with unilateral control of all the information superior to a cluster of individuals? And here is where I'm going to give you a curveball, Procol. I'm going to go back to your original answer. Your original question. Would I prefer 10 things versus one thing when you're talking about focus? And what I say is my opinion, right? But if one were to argue that a more focused thing has quote-unquote higher depth and value, this also has more possibilities and diversity. So you can think of this as the Borg versus the humanistic response, humans. And if you're constantly thinking about like, oh, which one's better or which one, like there's a human, this is a human condition argument. You posit it and ask me what I prefer. This is a element of human condition. Human condition is often a balance between focused interest and generalized interest. Without generalized interest, there are no incoming possibilities and diversity in understanding whether your selective focus is applicable outside of its system. So Borg will always think it's the best because it has unilateral control, and therefore it is depicted as a race that only has one task. Like selectively one task is to go around and consume every single existing intelligent life form. So despite being the most logical thing, it is also, funny enough, one of the most vulnerable things too. It can end up being one of the most vulnerable things because you're assuming that omniscience can exist when someone is purely focused on something. So that's a really wonderful like human condition where like some people would say, well, why can't we just be telepathic and we can share all our knowledge? That would solve all the problems in the world, right? But if we share all of the same consciousness, we would encounter all of the same problems, and all of the same problems would be solved with all of the same approaches. And then that's why whenever we think about humans interacting with another intelligent life form, we often have to consider the idea that humans, representing the human condition, how would this be from the exploration of another intelligent life form? Like, I don't know. We don't know. Like, that is what makes Star Trek interesting. And also like things like Aliens, right? Like Ridley Scott stuff, Prometheus. The idea is that the human condition, we create, like science fiction creates a hypothetical situation where they attempt to try to divorce themselves in order to create a conflicts of human condition, like something that is inherently unbalanced. Like if you have an unbalanced human aspect, so trying to imagine a race that is fully triple down on wrath, and a race that is truly incredibly logical, and yet in the end of the day it's still a relationship between the human condition. We can't divorce something from something that is part of us, at least in my opinion. Like when you write something, it doesn't feel compelling if you try to create something that is outside of the human condition in the first place, right? So creating a mindless, right, like a mindless alien species would be focusing on one thing. And my thought is less so. Maybe 3 things. So going back to your question now, it would be somewhere in between. I'm not the greatest fan on a single-minded approach. Right? That's the whole thing about single-minded approaches. So when you gave me the double barrel ultimatum, right? You gave me a 0 versus a 1 condition. Naturally, my response, like most of my broken records when I'm answering your question, I probably describe a situation where both exist. Which is very similar to when you said something that focuses on the human condition with or without a relative situation. I can't, it's difficult for me to see them as separate things. They relate to each other. Much like this, where if you're talking about, do I favor something that has all possibilities versus one specific possibility, or a few specific possibilities? And my first thought was, well, both. A movie that focuses on handling as many possibilities as possible with a sufficient depth. And how do I know what the sufficient depth is? I'm guessing. So that means that we have to assume like a runtime or some other forms of quality of measure in order to get that number. But it wouldn't be all, and it certainly wouldn't be specific. Because an all and 0 and 1 would defeat my understanding of the human condition. Which is the very first thing we talked about. A balanced approach. Pretty much. Right? Like that's the... It's not exciting, Prokal. I'm sure you're probably getting used to that now. My responses are relatively unexciting. It usually ends up, well, a little of column A and a little column B. I understand that it's a lot it's a lot more like maybe provocative. And you also preface, gotten used to the idea that when you ask, I don't have any favorites, but what do I lean towards? And I would say, man, you posit a very hard argument here. Like, because on the one hand, if you're too focused, it's single-minded. On the other hand, if you have too many possibilities, it's too unfocused. It's too messy. So at some point, it's in between. But if you force my hand, I would choose the specific with one very large caveat. This is assuming that I can consume more than one because you did not specify how much time it took. So when you said like, okay, let's say they have 1 hour to do one thing well versus 1 hour to do as many things as they can well, that's fine. And my addendum is that, so that means that if I consumed multiple of these, it would still be very messy. If I consumed multiple of these, I would get 100, which sounds like this. So the argument that I counter you with was the idea that, well, if it's 1 hour, I would definitely pick the thing that is intimate, per se, because of the relative nature of time. However, if it was 10 hours, it would also mean that it was 10 hours of this limited single-minded thing. But if they explored the depths of this, it would end up becoming 10 things. Right? The deeper you dive, the more it splinters. So then the resolution between these two would be not as great as you might think, because when there's no upper limit, that's kind of like saying, well, we'll go back to a classic one. Physics, chemistry, and biology, or just physics. And then you have like a lifetime, right? You have a lifetime. So, which one are you? And then I would make the argument I would choose this. Probably. I would lean towards physics, chemistry, and biology. As the upper limit is pushed. I would lean towards possibilities over single-mindedness. Now, when your question deals with an upper limit, so let's say you have 3 years, then I would lean toward, towards a single thing. Because the assumption is after those 3 years, I can go to a different topic. And then again, a different topic. So when we're talking about movies with a limited runtime, probably more focused. If I'm talking about a TV show, probably not that focused. Because if they kept running the same thing about physics and just physics alone and then investigate the depths of physics, I'm using chemistry, biology, and physics as a surrogate for human conditions, like the different human conditions. And I do feel there's diminished return. So here, the single-mindedness has diminished return. It's kind of funny because I talked about this topic with Anuda in a very different way. It's about learning, the prospects of learning. I'm not a fan of diminished return on time. And that's something you have to choose yourself. Like it's a moral, ethical concern, or however you want to, it's a philosophical one. So I try to mitigate diminished return on time with diversity. And that's what creates the balance approach. To relate it to the very first thing you shared about, share with me about your South African vacation, right? The South Africa thing. And you were talking about cost. Same dichotomy. Are you diverse? Or are you single? Or +1? So diversity would create a averaging effect, which does provide less depth, but it has distributed taxes and costs and whatnot. Or are you single? Or maybe like an adjacent thing, so like a human condition, two related human conditions tied together. Let's say two nationalities versus equality in plus nationalities. And now we have the similar argument, similar conundrum of pros and cons, because this would mean there's less costs for the focus group and there's more cost for the outliers or for the outgroup. And it's not predicated on logic. Like, logic cannot defeat this type of thing. The human condition is that when one is single-minded, there is no possibility of coming outside of the focus. So this is, in my opinion, one of the classical double standards that humans have to go back and forth about. What is important to you versus what is important to others. When you have to concern yourself with the importance of others, i.e. other possibilities, then most of the things that you hold dear and your principles get adulterated. They will create less focus and possibly encourage the person to have less depth. Because depth, the deeper you dive, the less and less diverse you can be with the limited time you have. And much like that, it's one of the core essentials of the human condition. Favoritism towards oneself versus equality for others. So if you spend most of your time understanding yourself, minding your own business, and only considering people who are closely related to you, then yes, everything, all the cost and whatnot is distributed outwards and it's refined inward. So when you were talking about your fees that you would have to pay, right, in South Africa, it's, in my opinion, viewed in the same context of the argument you made about whether you favor an experience with all possibilities or an experience handling a very specific experience, which is really great. The nice thing, for the record, I pull a cheap shot protocol because when we're talking about the human condition, right? Since we're largely focused on human conditions right now, they are often applicable to nearly anything we talk about. If they aren't, then they are less of a human condition. Not like, I'm not saying they're not zeros and ones. It's more, if you measure how applicable the things we are talking about, if they seemingly apply with high frequency, then they are more so a human condition than less so. So in this case, we've been talking about the idea of diversity at the cost of depth, and specialization at the cost of diversity. So like these two are at odds with each other. The time you spend honing a specific skill is a time lost to expand your skill, or a trade-off at the time you expand your skill. The times you expand your skill is the time you lost at honing your skill. So much like that, it translates to movies, creation, argument, sake, many aspects. Very nice topic. It's we're not gonna do any more grammar points. I think we gotta move on to Hanzahiro. However, it's always a pleasure, Procol. I'm not sure if you're processing all this or not, or have your other thoughts, but you always come with hitting hard with the really thought-provoking questions and stuff. I think your situation with like the South African, like the 50-ish like the 50-ish like ship captain thing, that does present a moral dilemma, right? And it's kind of, I think it's kind of humorous. I don't know if you found it flattering or not, or maybe like a concern, but certainly both of you are adults. That involves a cutout, right? Like a cut off. Here's the thing about cutoffs when it comes to age and experience, right? I'm not sure if you thought about this when your parents maybe find it disagreeable or something like that, but let's think about like human experiences, right? Human experiences like autonomy, so to speak. Certainly you can make the argument that early in life, dependency is kind of on a not that flat scale. But there is a time when older, you see what I mean by this? So this is a human condition, by the way. Here's a fun human condition for you, Procol, that I think about quite a lot. I mentioned diminished return already, right? Diminished return. So oftentimes when we think about age, and obviously we were talking about maybe physical attraction or something, we like in human society, the consistent thing is humans have decided when this threshold is crossed. So let's say here to here is about 18 years, right? And when you pass a certain age, this is where the disgust comes from, like the disgust part comes from, at least in my opinion. There's an arbitrary fuzzy logic here where there's a idea of diminished return kicking in, and that's when experience, when it comes to, I don't know, sexual attraction, for example, like physical attraction, and then like the weight of consent and like flirtation or attraction happens, right? So there has been a hard line here. However, when it comes to people making decisions, oftentimes this range is far smaller and creates a much wider, sorry, I used the wrong axes, this experience and choice, like decision making. Actually, sorry, hang on, experience down here and like decision making in terms of like biological decision making. That's kind of what we're talking about. I'm trying to be a little bit discreet here so that I don't hit some controversial topics. But outside of a specific biological window, this window here, when you are making decisions, right? Decisions, biological decisions, has a very small age, has a much disproportionately smaller age range. Maybe like we're gonna say we'll go up to 25. Let's say 25. So 7 years, right? And then that's why I put a fuzzy logic here, maybe 7 to 10 years. So when you reached maybe like you're 25 years old, the distance between the rest of your life is going to be like the experience with respect to experience, the more experience you have, your biological and decision making in this particular discrete nature, like physical attraction, does not inherently change very much, right? It has diminished returns. So you could be, this range here could be anywhere from like the age of 25 and on to the rest of your life. I would say we're gonna be 60 because I feel like there's something about 60 to 80 that does something else, which actually goes down because it becomes less of a relevant talking point. So it actually kind of slowly trickle downward because of biological things. So like maybe it settles here. Like the vast majority of people who go beyond like 60, or the physical attraction, the decision making is more like a moot point as opposed to a so depending on the libido of the person, right? Depending on the libido of the person. So in here, this is where I feel like there's some cognitive dissonance, where when people treat, like for example, an age gap, if they treat an age gap between 16 and let's say a the 46-year-old, right, versus say a 25-year-old and a 55-year-old. If we were gonna take a human condition where humans, even their biology follows a diminished return, because the extended life of the biology is that all of this stuff is extended by our technology, our medical practice, like our longevity has been extended with technology beyond our kind of our biological evolutionary state, so to speak. So a lot of the decision that deals with maybe attraction and whatnot, despite all of these ranges, this particular aspect of human biology did not necessarily change during this window when you're comparing a 25-year-old and a 55-year-old. Again, this is very touchy, so I'm trying to be discreet, versus someone who has not reached adulthood and created a transition in making decisions related to their biological urges. So while some of us can still see this, the reason why I chose this is there's a 30-year age gap. This is a conversation that quite a lot of people have a lot of, regarding this. I'm not very well versed in these things. Like well versed as in I'm not well experienced. I do not have these experiences, so I might be seeing it from a very like maybe a logical standpoint, as opposed to, and I'm trying to explain the subjective standpoint. So I'm using logic, observable logic, to explain the subjectivity so I can better understand other people. So some individuals will emphasize the age gap, as in like a 16-year-old and 46-year-old is the same as a 25-year-old and a 55-year-old age gap. When I think about possibilities of explaining why this is controversial, right? I need to explain what I observe. So there is a controversy with this. So how can I frame the observations I have about biology to explain the controversial opinions? Well, those who think that it is the delta of the years that determine whether something is disagreeable or divisiveness would find this, no matter what you are, disagreeable. right? Because the time never changes. Ages don't relatively change. If that person, the distance will be the same the entire time. However, others disagree, and practices in other cultures might also disagree. And how can both exist with the same biological footprint for humans? Well, it's the idea of what do you consider as the factors involved. Because if you're talking about decision making now, usually it's no longer black and white, right? Because the decision making curve is very different from, so if you think of age decision making and like the relationship between experience and like decision making, especially when we are talking about like something from a biological standpoint, the curve doesn't look like this. The curve is what I was talking about. It looks more like this. Because experience and knowledge solidifies quite a bit, especially even biological ones. They solidify based on our biological development. So oftentimes, that's why there's a crucial age that we can define, and then we have fuzzy logic that experiences can vary. And that experience is ironically an inception point, because that experience here also dictates what do you prioritize. Like age is this line. The age delta will always be this line, or actually it would be this line, the delta, but the age itself, the magnitude of the age, will always be a straight line. You get 1 year older every year, right? And that person gets 1 year older every year. And then the delta would be flat. So that means that their opinion is always going to be the same, right? The age gap will always be interpreted as the age gap. Someone who is 26 will be more stupid than 56. You will always be more stupid as you get older. You will always get more intelligent and more experience than when you are younger, right? That is the predominant theory by experience. XP goes up, your decision making goes up. And that is a very sound logical conclusion. It also translates to the idea that when someone has an age gap of 30 years, it doesn't matter what your age is, right? If you're 16 and that person is 46, sus. If you're 26 and that person is 56, still sus. The thing is, though, oftentimes experience, which is what we talked about earlier about like being single-minded versus, so relating back to your possibilities, all possibilities versus single possibilities. Someone who knows a lot about a small thing can saturate more than someone who's investigating two things of the same size, and they only have enough time to investigate the same amount. But here, like, look at this. So technically, yes, you spent the same amount of time doing this and the same amount of time doing this. But this is not just one circle. It's this plus a portion of this. Because oftentimes when you saturate something by your human experience and like your knowledge, you reach a point of diminished return. So it's kind of weird to think of it this way. Instead, let's just say when you get to a specific point, there is a growth phase, there is a lag phase, and there is a plateau for nearly most human skills. And to me, the kicker is that one human skill is decision making. You probably heard the idioms before. Old dogs can learn new tricks, but it's very difficult to learn a new trick later down the road, right? It's not necessarily whether something can or cannot happen, assuming things are the same. It's more like they're equal, basically. Assuming everything is equal, it's whether how easy or hard they can learn something. And usually it deals with a curve like this. So one of the basic human principles, in my opinion, one of the human conditions about skills that deals with experience, decision making, problem solving, making rational thought, embarrassing yourself and all that, it's usually it's a curve like this. It's rarely ever linear. So, and to do the final kicker, who's more likely to have linear thought? Someone who thinks inside a box. For a very long time. When you think inside a box for a very long time, it's gonna feel linear. Why? Because the reality is you're gonna do this. But when someone thinks for a very long time, what do you mean by very long time, Maku? Like, what do you mean very long time and then they keep thinking the same? It's because this part of your life for any skill is shorter, oftentimes, than the window of diminished return. And if you think inside this box, it's gonna feel like this is everything. When you're a child, everything is new. You have no box. Like, the box is just being developed. And then once the box is solidified, like most skills that you have, it's gonna feel like everything's inside that box because you disproportionately spend more time honing your skills than not. And when you're inside this box, it means you're not learning anymore. You rarely learn inside. Hello there, sub. Hello, hello. So that's kind of my theory anyway. It's like the relative theory. So if it feels like we're rehashing the same things, the topics that we have, it's probably because we have a lot here. It's for both bad and good, depending on their context. If the box is very big, like we've covered a lot of things, and the box is very big, like a human condition, for example, you may not need to explore new things. So now to like really confuse everything, when you said do I want to watch a movie with all the possibilities versus a movie with like a specific idea, I want to add one extra. Is it an idea I know? And is it inside my box? Because if it is, then I would choose this in a heartbeat. Right? Because this is not interesting anymore. So that is also a human condition. Is the movie introducing something new? So another variable that could play into it is, we already talked about the upper limits, the time factor, right? In regards to its depth, right? The available depth. But we also have to talk about novelty. And this is my attempt to not try to say Procol. You probably know now that what I'm alluding to. I don't like leaving it at it depends, right? Let's talk about some of the stuff that it depends. Then our box can get bigger. We still can push out on the box. Our box can expand. So, or you can you know, modify your box. And it requires that you actually entertain it too. Like, hear me out. Hear me out. When someone says it depends, here we'll take the box metaphor even further. Say your box is small, right? If your box is small, it depends can be easy to explain. So that person might choose to explain it. If your box is well explored, which is if it's small, you can explore it really, really well. And since you can explore it really well, it's also easy to explain. When your box is very large, so you took in some girth, right? Your box is getting very large, and then you keep saying it depends. This is what it'll look like. Because every time you say it depends, you're not exploring what's inside your box. You know that there's a lot of stuff in your box that you've seen. But since you say it depends, you haven't explored the box. So hence when I ask someone, hey, what do you think about this? And someone would say, oh, well, it depends. I'm like, okay, humor me. Tell me something inside your box that it depends. So I can get an idea of how well you've explored your box. Right? Is it actually a big box? Or it's a small box? Because when someone explains something really well and still say it depends, small box. If some, like, not like 100%, just it's more likely to be a smaller box. And then when someone says it depends and they can't explain it, that it means that they don't understand the depth of their it depends yet, or they haven't done too much with it, because it would be very easy to explain. So oftentimes these are the two characteristics. How big is your box? We explore that. I think for me, I'm more in this position. So every time someone says, oh, what do you think about this? Or what do you think about this? When I think of it, it depends. I'm like, all right, here's an opportunity to explore at least some part of these boxes. Because in my opinion, when I meet someone who can't explain something, this is what I think their metaphorical box is. That's what I think they're really after. So the reality, in my opinion, is that it's gonna look likely like this, where they understand that there are lots of possibilities. Like they've seen the possibilities. They might conceptually understand the possibilities, but they prefer to say it depends because they don't want to explain the rest of it. Right? Because you can't. Like I asked you, okay, so what are the other examples? And the reason why I think this is a reality is it's a balance. The balance is that the reality is you have a box that you explore really well, specialized. And then you have a bunch of things that occasionally you touch. And this would be like a much more of a universal model. Right? And anytime I talk to you, Procol, I'm making the assertion, or I'm presuming that when I talk to you, if I can introduce some of my box, however big it is, our boxes combined, your box could be like here, right? We could overlap in something, but I don't know what's in your box, and you don't know what's in my box. But from my perspective, I know this part. So let's go talk about this part. And then together, you talk about your parts. And together, our box gets bigger. And that is my... I wish I had color coding, but I didn't have color coding on. That is in my opinion, having an intellectual discussion. Oftentimes, the result of intellectual discussion is that our box gets bigger, like together. So rarely do I ever leave any of your questions and say, well, it depends. Like, well, let's challenge that notion. I can mention something and see if you tell me something and I share with you something that is, yes, we do agree on a lot of things, like tread over the middle portion, but let's see if we can push our box bigger, combine boxes. The strength of the walls of the box is also something to consider metaphorically. Yes, so the walls, I already have a metaphor for the walls. Your particular wall, the strength of that is based on its longevity. The longevity of its ideas. And also a sturdy factor would be how foundational it is to your box. So your box can collapse. Your box can collapse and you can be lost in thought very easily if you do not have foundational sturdiness. And foundational sturdiness correlates with its longevity of its ideas. So the longer you rehearse your box, as you explore, as we're assuming the basic premise is that the person explores most of their box. So this is a person with a strong identity. Like preconceived notions, that comes with longevity of the ideas and the foundations, right? Foundations is a way to say maybe the objectiveness and the subjectiveness, right? And a combination of the two. So the sturdiness of the box can collapse if these are weak. But it also means that the walls, basically the walls of the box. However, it also has a trade-off. This means that this is refractory to discovery. Because if the longevity, how long you have been recycling the same ideas, and how strong your foundations are, they are hard to break. They are hard to break, and they are hard to change. Whether it's good or bad, it needs context. It is hard to alter or change. So the solidarity of your box is based on these premises. One of the subjective nature is how much is the value of your longevity when you are rehearsing this box versus the foundational strengths, like the intrinsic foundational strengths, like the truth of the law of physics or the laws of physics and whatnot. That can factor into it. However, their strength also means that you have a trade-off in its ability to change or alter, because some things that are foundational or consistent, you rarely want to change them because they are foundational and consistent. However, that also means no entry point. And each of these walls can represent your specialization. And I use a box is fairly convenient because I think humans average at least 4 specializations. Or maybe a little higher than that. But there's usually 4 specializations. And we're not thinking about a box as like supporting each other. Each one of these walls, the way to enter someone's box is through the weakest specialization. And this is where the metaphor gets even deeper. The weakest specialization is the topic the person is most casual in, not the topic that the person is most deep in. Because if you try to dive in the deep end, you're going to hit a wall. Get it? You're going to hit a brick wall. But if you dive and start with something casual, you might find a door. It's a sturdy door, But the door has give. It has an open. It has an invitation. So your weakest specialization is where you might be able to connect with someone casually. And then when they allow you in their box through the casual link, then you can dive deep into their box. So the metaphor keeps going. Like when someone says like, oh, I want to get to know you. Tell me about your most expert, deeply dark, well-rehearsed secret. And the person will probably respond by, yeah, it depends, my friend. It's so deep, I don't want to talk about it right now. And also, why do I want to share it with you? You're just a stranger. How about try something more casual from me? Like a hello. And what do I cursorily like? Like a hobby? Do we share some superficial hobbies with each other? Because those are the weaker walls. The weaker wall is where you can share, there's a chance that you can share contents of your box. Because remember, now we can add a third dimension to the box. So now let's talk about the cube. The things that are reinforcing the walls also have spatial to the core of these things. So if you have a really strong wall, like in the back, the stuff adjacent to it in a three-dimensional space is also pretty solid. But if you enter through a weak wall, right? The one that's fairly casual, like, oh, I like Fortnite, you like Fortnite, that kind of thing, right? Then all of this stuff over here is still slightly superficial. And you have to travel through the space to get to the deep stuff. But you're not traveling it through this way. You're coming in this way. So you're going from something casual to something deep. I still got more, but you know, some thoughts. I did plan out this this like box metaphor. Like the box metaphor is pretty fantastic. Again, though, most metaphors can be bent. Like this is my narrative, right? I'm controlling the narrative. So if I understand my prose and my expression, like what I'm trying to get out of it, then oftentimes most of the narratives can turn many metaphors into appropriate use. So oftentimes I want to make an argument that it's not really the intrinsic nature of the metaphor that is limiting most of the time. It's the creative thought process of the person. So if you give me a box, that's fine. As long as I understand the nature of what I'm trying to express, I can create a narrative. If you gave me a sphere, I will still create a narrative out of it, because creative thought is one of the limitless, theoretical limitless part of the human thinking, human rationality. When someone says, oh, well, I can't use a box to describe, I don't know, the ethics of, the ethics of predatorial, I'm kind of setting you up here, predatorial gacha games. Predatorial gacha games, that would mean that this person is bound by the intrinsic process of their, in my opinion, their creative process, not necessarily because the box is limited. It is the box. It's the figurative box that is limiting their ability to present a provocative narrative. And I know what this means. I am downplaying this whole like metaphor that I'm making, because I do spend a lot of time thinking about these things. So I'm saying you can do it too. So whether it will change your life or make you give you something to think about, it would be my pleasure. And this is how I'm gonna wrap up this session, this digression. It's always my pleasure to try to avoid saying it depends, and let's try to break down some walls, right? And I go pretty deep. Like my without sounding a little out of context, my drill is quite powerful. And it's definitely not because I want to change people's boxes. I want to explore their boxes. Because their box can be added to mine. If this is the universe, all our boxes occupy a space. And we share this space, right? If I spend so much time in my head, where else am I gonna go to, feel bigger than myself? I would go to other people's boxes and then see if I can learn from other people, right? And what does this look like? Space travel. And then we'll link it back to Star Trek. It was a very poetic show. Right now the show's title eludes me. It's about a scientist's perspective. While space is the last frontier, for example, it was a juxtaposition about the space is the last frontier versus like the unfathomable complexity of biology, right? Oftentimes when I have to characterize this, it applies to both. Because the more depth you go into biology, the more the box expands. So it's biology offers on Earth just as many infinite possibilities than exploring the vastness of space. So hence my enthusiasm for space is equivocated by my enthusiasm for biology, and so on and so forth, psychology, etc. It is the proverbial exploration of a space. It could be your box space. It could be the box space we haven't explored. Last frontier. You know, your box and my box go and explore another box somewhere. That's this looks like a star chart, doesn't it? You could say this looks like a star chart, or you could say this looks like a cellular signaling pathway, or you can say this looks like a molecular diagram, right? How big your box is, how many boxes have you explored? Anyways, language, and then we'll throw it back to language learning, right? If this is the summation of natural language and this is English, it's kind of really well detailed right now. So now I'm gonna go and try my chances at Japanese, and actually, and how I vision Japanese and Chinese is like this. It's like two boxes overlapping or two boxes sharing things. And actually most things, if I had to tell you how it looks like from my perspective when I'm learning something, if this box is the summation of my memories, right, and I'm observing something, usually when I'm learning something, this is how I learn. That's how I learned most of my life. That's the metaphorical box that I've learned most of my life. My box relies on the properties of my existing box interacting with a new source of the box. And each of the new boxes have an entry point. And that entry point is not arbitrary. The wall that I choose is the wall that overlaps with my existing wall. So similar walls get torn down to expand into a larger box. And the perceived difficulty is how sturdy the wall is. Whenever someone asks me like, oh, then do you ever think of things as hard, easy, or something? It's like, yeah, it's how sturdy the wall is. Because it's really hard to expand your box when your wall is very sturdy. And the thing you're entering into, it depends on that sturdy wall. Is the wall sturdy or not? I will go around and look for a weak point, quote unquote weak point. But the weak point really isn't a weak point. It's it's the wall that shares a commonality with my wall. So that's how language works. If I know English, English is my window into Japanese, and English is my window into Chinese. But my window into Japanese now incorporates Chinese, and my window into Chinese incorporates Japanese. Right? And then both of these help me incorporate English. And then if I go to Spanish, I could choose to use English as a way to get into Spanish, or I could use Japanese to get into Spanish, or Chinese into Spanish, and then these things would overlap, and these things would overlap. So, and then related to Prokol's thing, yes, this is how I diversify. I specialize in something for a limited time. So I do prefer these shorter movies when times are specialized movies when time is limited, right? And I balance it with times of diversification. So, right, you learn, so expand. You expand modestly, iterate, refine, expand. I didn't even illustrate the refinement process. The refinement process is like this. I have a new box, refinement process, and then iterate would be slightly expanding like this. And then when I expand, I pick up a new box. And then this would do, then we would have iteration and refinement, right? Then refinement happens and iteration. So this is iteration. The refinement is discovering the new box. And then we continue. And that happens over and over again. Whether my box ever reaches the large extent of the universe, it won't. That's what I can say with pure confidence. It won't ever match the omniscience, right? It will never match omniscience. So then I can spend the rest of my life sitting in comfort, at least in my opinion. Sitting in comfort knowing that I can expand, iterate, refine to my heart's content, and it would be sufficient for a lifetime. So if I had to truly think about making myself modest, this would be the size of my current box with respect to the universe. Now, if I wanted to humble brag a little, like maybe sound a little bit more assertive of myself, we could do a different scale, right? Let's say my average box with my qualifications, like 39-year-old, right, who spent the large majority of his time learning, how big is my box compared to the average 39-year-old? According to statistics, right, and all the accolades that I have or the skill set that I have, it's less than 2%. When it comes to the quantifications of a particular thing. So we're not talking about like, maybe we should qualify more like of all the skills in the world, and I only have like specific skills, and then we equivocate all the values of the world. I think most people's boxes are relatively the same at 39 years old if I'm compared to other 39-year-old. And the reason why I say this is that it's because time is the equivocator if everything is equal. Now, if we're talking about learning skills, then I would say the realistic nature is I'm probably going to be above average. This is probably the size of the average person with the number of skills. So I often describe myself as a dilettante. So there's a small box in here that I might understand really, really well, but the rest is like, eh. And then the vast majority of people that I've met, it's more like this. Right now, personally. Right now, where like the people I meet online, because they're very, very sure what they think, what they know, what they understand. And there is the box, this type of box, it's Kruger-Dunning. The thing that I'm talking about is also paralleled by the Kruger-Dunning effect. So they are very sure about what they're doing. I don't have walls around my box. Like in my box of stuff, I don't have walls around it because I know I need to get better at this. So I always tell myself that I always underplay because I still have to spend the rest of my life even exploring what's in my box. In this way, the vast majority of people I meet online, their wall is so solid that they only leave it every once in a while. And when you never leave your wall, your box, because your wall is so solid, it is very easy to overestimate your competence outside of the walls of your box. That's the Kruger-Dunning effect. In fact, most of the time, it's harder to distinguish when you're listening to someone who's being conservative about how much they know, whether they actually don't know a lot, or they know a lot but they still feel like they don't know anything, versus someone who's absolutely certain of everything that they ever speak about a particular skill. That's usually not an expert. It's usually someone who has a very rigid idea of how competent they are. They know what they know, and that's all they care about. Respect. Right? I'm okay with that. If you're happy and you're continuing to operate functionally by knowing what you know, fair enough. I'm more excited. Most of my life is preoccupied with all the things I don't know. Hence why I would say the people I met, I would have probably a bigger box. But they have more solid walls. And then that's how I'm going to incorporate Prokal's strength of the walls. Someone can have really strong walls. And when they have strong walls, if we equivocate time, if I'm 39 years old and let's say Prokal's 39 years old and his walls are really strong, typically he has a smaller box than me. But my walls are not very strong to gain access to the bigger box. So that means that Procol, if he was 39, in that box, he would do better than me. He have spent so much more time walling it up. So he spent a lot of time within those walls. So he would specialize in those skills and be better than me in those things. And then meanwhile, anything outside of our respective boxes, these two are supposed to be the same box, like representing, like, say, the universe or our conceivable universe. Anything outside when I'm talking, that's when I get to share something that isn't the greatest, but it is still bigger. It was still in an area that Procol might not be. So whenever Procol says something like, have you seen this? It was like, oh, well, I know of it, but hey, let me talk about 10 other things that are related to it. Not in great detail. I just wanted to mention them. So things like Pluribus, Invasion of the Body Snatcher, and I even say things like, oh, I haven't seen the Invasion of the Body Snatcher, but I know that it is tangentially influential to Pluribus. So for every thing that Procol holds dear, I might know 5 or 6 more things related to it, but with not great depth, because I didn't cultivate this stuff more. The thing I described is 4th dimension box. Which is with respect to time. So if time was not equivocated, right? So Procol is younger than me. We're gonna be confident. Procol is much younger, like very casually, healthierly younger than me. The odds that his box, even specialized, would accommodate my box now is no longer fair, because we have to incorporate the 4th dimension. How much time do people cultivate over their time while hitting diminished return? If you spend your time in your box and you've explored 99.9% of your box, liberating any amount of that really curated time to explore something outside of your box will create a larger dividend than staying within the box. So when someone equivocates years and you equivocate someone who only does one thing to someone who does like 3 things, the odds is this guy who did 3 things will probably achieve nearly 95% in those 3 things versus the 99.999% of the one thing. And it's up to your perspective to know if that 0.9999 is worth, because this is an ethical concern. It's a philosophical concern, or not ethical, sorry, a philosophical concern. Which one is more valuable? This is my model of life. I try to reach a specific percentage, and then I weave the new percentage to chart new things. So I want to know, if I go from one planet and I go to another planet, I want to know enough about this planet in order to go to the next planet. Alternatively, you could stay on Earth and just know as much as you want, and just know it as best as you can. And then only then you might consider looking at another planet. So the volume, when you collect all the volume of time, same volume of time, but distributed. The outcome is distributed. And oftentimes the principle is there's a time when it requires an exponential amount of time to create any more exponential, a really tiny increase in what we would call knowledge, I suppose. And if you're in that position, it's time to go explore another planet, right? At least in my opinion. Unless you're perfectly happy with that, you know, your Earth thing. And that is kind of one of the arguments that I had when I was talking about like astrophysics comparing astrophysics with biology. But even within biology, there are subsets of it. Okay. All right, I'm done. That's it. Anyways, that's a wrap for our Bunpro session. I know some of this may not necessarily feel like it's related to Japanese and like language learning. I like to believe I'll challenge people, I suppose. Let me know if you feel like you think that learning and science and talking about the human condition is not related to the prospect of learning another language. Because in my opinion, I would love to hear a very strong counter argument that the human condition is not related to people's motivation and like importance of having a natural language. And while I don't consistently talk about Japanese and Chinese specifically, most of the themes that I talk about are related to people's decision on pursuing language learning. I'm largely consistently describing in association with the pursuit of knowledge and learning, the propensity to want to learn another language. And it's through the act of using metaphors and analogies that I want to kind of present what it is that makes me want to learn Japanese and Chinese. And Protocol posits wonderful questions that allow me to like twist and bend and pull out my preconceived narratives. I have plenty of these preconceived narratives that I rehearse on a daily basis, that I pull out. That is my attempt to express why learning Japanese is awesome. Learning Chinese is awesome. Learning anything is pretty awesome. And you should too. Go and explore some boxes. So until then, you're gonna watch this later. Arigatou gozaimasu. As always, feel free to follow along. Pick up Bunpro for yourself. Give it a shot. Right? Use your time to distribute it as you please to seek your sufficient amount of education and knowledge. And I guess I'll see you guys next time on Bunpro, right? In another Bunpro session. 皆さん、またね。見てくれてありがとう. Thanks for watching. See you guys next time. I'm gonna get up, stretch, walk around, and take a quick bathroom break before I come back for Hanzo Hero. Thank you.